Testing. Testing, 1, 2. Hello, welcome to a Project Feline Devstream. We're doing something a little different today. Mixing it up a bit. Not with the work. The work stays the same. But the, I've done some changes to the stream. So, changing up the schedule a bit. Starting at 6 p.m. I think it's called Pacific time over there. I'm basing it all on Los Angeles time zone, of course, because that's where we all live, obviously. The entire world is indeed based in that specific city. So I'm using their time zone as a base. We're starting at 6 now, as we are currently. I'm just having a bit of technical problems, because I am also simulcasting the stream this time to a few different places, but I can't tell you where, unless I'll violate Twitch TOS if I specifically mention where. But, because multi-streaming is allowed now, I figured, hey, I have a Twitch channel and a YouTube one. And, yep. So I'm gonna have this thing where there's meant to be this widget that combines the chat from 2 different ones, and it seems, I don't know if it's really working that well, to be honest. It's got less messages in it than I have my backups just in case. I have the chats from the 2 places directly from their dashboards here. Hey guys, I see you there now. Okay, cool. And now I think the multi-chat is working now, so I should be able to look over at this window and see where everyone is in the world is saying. So that's cool. Hi guys. Hi Jake. Hi Cosmic Hiroshi. I'm the funny game dev man? Am I the funny man? I don't know. I am a game dev man, that's for sure. This comment, yeah, cool. It shows a little icon next to each of your names to tell me where it's coming from. So that's pretty cool. Pick static, hello. Cool. I think I can rely on this now. The only thing is that it's a read-only, so I can't. If we get bots flooding, I'm gonna have to switch to some other tab to ban the dating bots that we get from time to time. Anyway, I'm gonna show you something. I'm going to show you some stuff I've been up to lately. So I've spent most of my week in Premiere because okay, so I'm doing some more live content. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow and the day after as well at the same time. But I'm also working on main content for the channel. I haven't slept on that. I'm working on it. The thing is that the footage is a bit of a mess. So for those who have been here the last few streams, I might have mentioned this a few times, but I'm currently about 70% finished consolidating footage. So it's pretty big. That I have what I've done is I've taken all 30 episodes and 38 episodes, and I've consolidated them all into one Premiere project right now, which is, don't say anything yet. This isn't the end. I'm not gonna leave it like this, but it's a start, because I want to go in and fix links to missing footage, because for those who don't know, with editing software like this, if you use a clip of something, like if I record myself doing this, for instance, that's saved on my hard drive somewhere, and then when I put it in Premiere is looking at it for a specific place on my hard drive for that file. But because I've gone and reorganized a bunch of it, it's gonna lose all that footage, doesn't know where it's gone. So part of what I've been doing as well outside of Premiere is in the file system itself, reorganizing and recataloguing the last few years worth of footage, which has been a lot of work to come up with a good naming convention, to consistently apply that naming convention. So this is some of the clips I have done, and you can see that they're all named pretty consistently. And I'm using this sort of date, time, and then subject matter format, because I'm finding it's really easy to name stuff. And yeah, a lot of this looks like a lot of work, and you might be saying, Ray, is it really that necessary that you go and organize all this stuff? And I think it is. I think it's important to be organized, and I think if I do this, once this is finished, making new episodes is going to be much easier, because I won't have to get so stressed out about where footage is going. So it's just going to decrease the mental load a bit and everything. And then once I'm about 70% done with doing this, I still have a few episodes left and another footage folder to sort through. But once that's done, I can start actually putting my attention towards producing an episode once this is all set up. So the reason it's all consolidated into one project currently is just so that I can link all of the footage, because some footage gets used between episodes. So I have it all in one place now, and I'm just relinking and cataloging it. And then the plan is to then split them back up again using the productions pipeline. And if you don't know what that is, it's a really cool pipeline that basically is designed for big series, long-form series like what I'm doing. So that's where I've spent most of my time this week. I haven't had that much time for animating, although I have had a bit of time to improve Gabi's rig. So I'll show you how that's looking. So we're going to be doing more animating today, and we're doing more... I still haven't figured out what pose, what animations I want to do yet, because currently we're at sort of the blocking phase of everything. So I'm gonna have to go to my layers real quick and turn on a bunch of stuff, because it looks like the rig doesn't look like it's changed, but watch what happens when I do this. Watch what happens when I turn all this on. So I've got some new little tweak bones in Gabi's rig, and it's probably best to show you if I get her up in a pose. So if we go to the sprint pose that we did last time, this is how like one of the poses looks. The animation's still got a way to go. We might work on this one a little bit today, but there's some interesting things that happen with the human body when it moves, and it's kind of incredible that any rigged 3D character resembles a human at all, because the real body, when it poses like this, does a lot of stuff. And it's stuff you can't always get one-to-one with a skeletal rig like in Blender. So what I've gone and done is I've created more of these adjustment helper bones, and I think I mentioned these last week, but I hadn't had time to actually set them up yet. But I did put some time aside to set these up. One of my favorite ones is here on the kneecap, because you'll notice that when her leg is bent, if I like, oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. I just want to take her one leg. So if I have a leg like that, right, you can see the knee. Watch what happens to the kneecap when I start bending it. You'll start noticing something happens where it actually isn't terrible. It's a lot better than the old model. But you see that the kneecap, you can kind of see it from the front, where the entire kneecap is kind of stretching over the whole knee. And if you've actually... I went and looked at how a real kneecap actually moves, and it doesn't quite work like that. So it starts to flatten its shape a little. It starts to lose some of its definition. So I've added this bone, which essentially allows me to pivot the kneecap specifically. So you see how this looks a bit more realistic now? And it looks just more natural, because it isn't being pulled apart, because the real kneecap is actually, it doesn't bend, because it's a bone. It will actually stay pivoted in the middle of the knee joint, but there's two tendons on either side that stretch, but not the kneecap itself. So to make it behave more like a real kneecap does, you have these little helper bones here, and now I can like rotate the knee back forward to stop that from squishing so much. And the reason I decided to do this is because I noticed that the Arc System Works characters from Guilty Gear and from Dragon Ball FighterZ, those character rigs have similar bones in them. They're set up slightly different to mine. I can't like one-to-one copy them because they were made with different tools, but this is like pretty close to what they had in their rigs, and they have these all over the place. Another place I've put one is on sort of the glutes, because you'll also notice that when she like bends her leg forward or backwards, that it deforms, but it doesn't completely, you can't quite get it full. Like it sometimes it starts to clip a little too much, like here for instance. So what you can do with one of the new helper bones I've added is you can just sort of rotate the entire muscle a little bit, and now it kind of tracks a little better. It doesn't look as stretched, because I haven't looked as much into this bone on like human anatomy, but it's one of the, well, it's not really a bone, it's a muscle. That's kind of the reason why this is all part of the workflow, is because using the word skeleton to rig a character is a bit misleading, I think, because it isn't really, it's doing the job of muscles and a skeleton, but we call it a skeleton. And to kind of get it where it looks like there are actual muscles going on, you have to put in a bit of extra work to get that, which I've tried to do here. Another place this comes in handy, this helper bone, is that if I have her sitting down, for instance, like if I bend both her legs, just ignore her upper body for a sec. We're just gonna pretend she's sitting down. And if I clear the helper bones to default, it doesn't look bad. I've got another, I do have another bone in here somewhere as well. Yeah, so I've got two helper bones. I've got one that kind of does this whole muscle, and then I've got one that controls the thigh, because you'll notice that the thigh starts to kind of compress. It starts to get thin. But I've added this bone here, which the Arc System characters have as well, where you can just rotate this, and then the volume comes back. It doesn't lose when you bend the leg. And that's also pretty handy as well, so that it looks like when she's sitting down, for instance, you know, because you're like putting all your weight on that area. So you wouldn't want it to just compress and crumple up, because that would look kind of weird. So, and then there's some on the shoulders too. I think those were the three I added. It was the back, knees, and the shoulders. And the shoulder one actually comes in real handy, especially when doing extreme poses. So let me like get out of the sprint for a sec, and I'll just clear her pose back to normal, because this one's probably the one I'm most proud of. So let's say we take our arms like this, right? You can start to see already what's gonna happen. You can start to see some issues already. Well, yeah, so you got this going on, right? And it looks painful as hell. So you take this and move it, which I had this bone already before, but I've added an extra one. There's another little helper in there as well. So let's just like get the rotation correct on this, like that. So her elbows are facing kind of outwards. And you can kind of see, I'll turn off her hair. It's a bit easier to see without the hair in the way. You can see that it's still compressing, like the arm is still pinching there. So I added this little guy who I can move around, and I think something about the scale is a bit off. Hold on, maybe I gotta move these a little. Yeah, so you take that, and then you take this little fella, and you can kind of rotate him as well to match the volume and shape of everything. And that also comes in handy, especially when I move her hands forward like that. And you can even see when I move her hands, you can see like her entire muscles on the side of her body are reacting, which is kind of cool. But if I do like this, like a dive, so I try and like position the shoulders in a way that looks, you know, somewhat representative of how a dive would look, I can try and like move these forward a bit. But you can see there's still like this weird right angle going on. So you just kind of rotate it like that, and then it doesn't lose its volume. So yeah, these are really, I guess the best way to describe it is that it's really like preserving the shape and volume of the muscles. So it's not the bones, but rather the muscles, and when she like starts moving around. So yeah, I can twist this bone in a few different directions just to have it kind of look right. Like when the shoulder starts looking too squish, I just give this a little move or a rotate, and you can see now that her shoulders are maintaining their shape, and it isn't having this big right angle thing go on. It's sort of a smooth transition. And this is a bit of a contrast to what was happening before I added these, where in this pose, when she would do that, her entire shoulder would kind of clip into her torso, and it looked okay. I didn't think it looked too bad, but when I look at it compared to this, I can see how this actually behaves a lot more like a real shoulder would when you bend it forward, because before it was sort of creasing. But if you actually move your arm forward like that, you'll notice that your skin doesn't crease, it just kind of moves. So there's a lot less creasing going on here now. And yeah, so that was the little improvements I was able to make to the body. And then I did a bit of work on the hair as well. The hair is pretty exciting. So I'll turn her mesh back on. So the hair bones previously, what I had done is I had set them up to have these big strands that you could rotate individually, like FK style, but it was a bit of a pain to move things around. I wanted something where I could just drag the hair, like take it, pinch it, drag it into what pose I wanted. So I've made these into IK chain bones, so I can just touch the tip of one of these strands and just move it, and it moves the entire chain with it. And I can make little adjustments as well. So if I want it to like blow backwards like this, I just take it from the ends and pull it. But if I want a bit of a curve going on, I take these bones in the middle and move these, and that'll add a bend. So if I want to move this really high up, you're not meant to move it this high, you can add like a bit of bend to these, and these have little adjustments as well if I want to be very specific. So if I want to taper something a bit more, I can do that. So I can have this bit sticking out quite far. And this was like really fun because animating the hair is now going to be so much easier because you only have to really touch like a few bones. You don't have to go one by one down the chain like I did last week. And it works on every strand. So there's one on the front, which is actually pretty cool when I move this one. I just got to find it because there's a lot of bones on her face. I think it's this. Yeah. So that's the adjustment for that. Oh, where did it go? I know it's in here somewhere. Is it this one? Maybe I should turn these off. We'll hide all the other layers and just focus on the hair. Oh, there we go. Actually, I think, is there one missing? Oh no, there it is. Whee! And then I can take a fringe and move this around. Same with that. So that just kind of lifts up. It's pretty cool. And like that, I can like make her fringe look very windswept just by like moving this around. So if I move that back and then move that this way and then do like that. Ooh, pretty cool. And they're stretchy as well, which I know hair doesn't really act that way, but just for like exaggerated anime proportions. So if I wanted, I could make these strands really long. I could pull her head down like this, and it will just kind of go with it. So that's kind of something I can do if I want it to, you know, to have a lot of movement in it. But yeah, so that's something that'll probably come in handy a bit later when we start polishing things up. But yeah, I can move them outwards as well, like this. I can move them in any direction. So I can't only just move them back, but if I wanted to have it so that she looked like she was falling, I can like take these strands and move them out like this. And oh, it looks really cool when you look at it from like the bottom, like that. When you see the entire hair just like spread out, it's pretty cool. Like, look at that. So that's how the mesh looks. And that's how it looks with the material. So yeah, the UVs are still... I haven't... Because I remember remodeling the hair recently, and I haven't fixed the UVs on it yet. So those lines, they're going to go away at some point. I just haven't had time to work on the UVs again. But yeah, so that's... we can... That's probably, like, in terms of the hair, I reckon that's, like, all the movement we'll need with it. And, I was pretty happy to get that all set up. So I'm gonna just restore to my previous save real quick. And we'll have a look at the poses I still need to do. Oh hey, sorry, I forgot you guys were there. Neat Squid says, who is this dude? Well, someone said I was the funny game dev man. So that's one I guess that's one name or one title I now go by. But I'm Raymond, I'm the developer of Project Feline, which is an upcoming third-person action parkour game starring this girl, starring Gabi. So currently, I have a prototype. I have like it's a bit past prototype now. It's more like a demo that I'm working on. And one thing I really want to do with it is make the character model look way better. So I do have a previous character model, but that was made a while ago and it kind of sucks. So this is the new one we're going to put in. And she's got all sorts of mechanics. She can run on walls, she can climb, she can vault. And when I'm done with her now, she'll be able to do like flips and that kind of stuff. Actually, that reminds me, I did work on one animation while I was away this week. I worked on one animation. I'll show you what it is. It's pretty cool. It's pretty pog, if I do say. Check this out. So I briefly mentioned last week that I added a center of mass bone so that I could rotate and pivot her around her center of gravity. And this is what I was able to do with that bone. I was able to make her do somersaults. So Gabi's gonna be able to do somersaults now. She can kind of do somersaults already, but they're not like, the form is very bad. In fact, I'll see if I can find old Gabi's somersault and we'll compare it. So where's old Gabi? So this is the current in-game model. This was made some time ago. And this also has a somersault, but when you see the difference, like when you start looking at anatomy and stuff, when you start studying that you can tell that when I made this one, I had no idea about that stuff. I'm just trying to find which, I think, did I call it aerial jump? Jump aerial, there we go. Oh yeah, it's really fast for some, I don't know why the animations are so fast on this. Let me tone that down. So, yeah. So you can already tell. So that's her current double jump animation, and you can tell it's just, yeah. So that's her form. That's her somersault from the old one, and you can see that she's glitching up and down because this one did not have a center of mass bone. So she actually, like, when she tucks, you can see, watch her hips. Watch her hips, right? You see how, like, in this frame, they go up and then up again and then back down, like in this weird unnatural way, and they shift backwards and forwards a lot. That's what happens when you don't have a center of gravity bone and you're trying to make it do flips. Because what I did is that I took the entire rig and just rotated it across its center of, I don't know what pivot it was using, some automatic blender pivot probably, and that's the result. And then it's not just the center of gravity. There's more reasons why this looks bad, which you could probably see now by looking at it. But if we go and compare it to new Gabi, can I do them side by side? Hopefully you guys can still see that. But if we look at her form, firstly, because her old model doesn't have shoulders. In fact, let's turn on wireframe so you guys can see. It's a bit easier to see her muscles with the, or lack thereof, with the wireframe on. If I could just find her rig and turn that off. To get all the bones out of the way. But yeah, see, so because her old model doesn't really have shoulders, she can't hug her knees because this part that moves forward, she just doesn't have. So that's why her elbows kind of awkwardly stick out, whereas new Gabi's elbows, actually it's probably better if I just overlay them on top. So yeah, you see how, like, you look at it from here and her arms are kind of doing this, whereas new Gabi, she's like tucked in. That's like proper form. Like she's fully tucked in. But this Gabi's all going loose. And then look at her legs. Look how uncomfortable that looks compared to something like this. You can see that her feet are actually bending properly here, whereas here they're kind of like weirdly straight. And then her tail. Look at that. It's just sticking out from her spine because I added the tail last minute on this model. Whereas this time I had the tail planned. So you can see the tail actually follows her spine this time. And it makes this nice kind of circular shape. Whereas this one, there's no, the form is just off. You know what I mean? You see how this looks like, just as a silhouette, looks way better than this. And then look at her neck. Look at her upper body. It's just like uncomfortable. Whereas here, she's like tucked in her, she's got like her knees right up to her face there, and she can hug her knees pretty tight with, you know, actual shoulder bones and everything. And then, yeah, with center of mass as well, like that's the result you get versus this. Now, I don't have the before and like the beginning and the end transitions yet, but I'm gonna probably use this pose for a few different ones. So I've just got her doing a spin in the midair at the moment. But you can see just like the shape of it, it looks kind of like a yin and yang spinning type thing, you know? Like it just looks fun to watch. Whereas this, it looks awkward. It just looks awkward when you watch her like spin like that. Like the tail and the head don't have this cool circular. Like you see here how it just looks harmonious because he's rotating around a consistent center of gravity. So that stuff's really exciting. I love when I can pull stuff off like that. It's just so cool because then it just looks better. And that's what I was saying when I started working on this model. Some of you guys remember I kept saying that it's just the lack of jankness. We got to remove the jankness, and it comes down to being able to do this. And you couldn't do this without modeling it properly, without rigging it properly, without all of that stuff, all of the really hard stuff that we've done so far on this model. It's all amounted to being able to have something that can do this. and you have to get all the little things right. This is what happens when you don't get the little things right, when you skip on that stuff. Well, I guess I didn't skip on them on purpose. I just didn't know better when I made this. I just didn't know. I was still learning. I mean, I'm still learning all the time. But this is what happens when you learn a bit more. So yeah, that was one of my favorite ones to work on so far, that animation. What am I gonna start with today though, animating wise? Because there's a few on the list already that we have blocking for, and there's probably some I still haven't blocked yet. So I'll start, I think I don't have an idle jump yet, so I should probably get one. I should probably start making one. So I might work on that. When old Gabi gets added as a skin, it better be called malnourished. Well, yeah, alright, okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to have her as a skin, of course. Curled up kitty. Hell yeah. I mean, kitties do be like that. They do be. The only thing I can't do with Gabi is I can't make her a loaf because her body is too human-like. Unless you can somehow. Oh, well, let's not answer that question today. That I could spend hours trying to get her into a loaf pose, but we might not need that one yet. Let me just look at my list of what do I have got here? Let me look at my list of animations I still need to do. Yeah, we'll do jump idle because I don't actually have a when you're standing still and you jump, because there's going to be a different animation when you're standing still and jumping versus when you're moving and jumping. So we should probably get something going there. So make a new animation. We'll call it jump idle. Call it jump idle start. Because we'll need some falling poses too. Now for reference for this, there's an animation that comes to mind. I'll just make sure the arcades are on. Cool. Let me look up, I need to look up someone. Sorry, I'm just getting a lot of messages today on chat. Hey, I see you Twitch viewers there. How many of you watching on Twitch actually? Because I'm curious how many. 13 people. Nice. Considering that I haven't used the Twitch account in how long? Like over a year? That's cool that anyone showed up. That's awesome. I see you, Burgerman. I see you. Yeah, I'm reading Twitch chat. It's just you guys aren't talking so much. The YouTube people are talking more. So you Twitch guys, you gotta start spamming. No, don't spam too much. But you can. Oh, thanks, Joshua. I appreciate you like the streams. I'm gonna be upping them a bit more often now. So instead of once a week, I'm gonna be doing 3 times a week. So I'm gonna be doing today, tomorrow, and the day after that, which the days for me are Wednesday to Friday, but it might be Tuesday to Thursday if you're in Los Angeles or America, or actually, what do you call that? That's like the West Coast. They all have the same time zone, don't they? Yeah. Cosmic Hiroshi says, I genuinely do appreciate the insane amount of work you've done. Thank you. It really puts into perspective the power of indie game development. Well, I guess maybe it also puts into perspective how unbelievably torturous it can be sometimes too. But yeah, but thanks, man. I'm glad you guys are here with me on this. It do be like that. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta respond. I received an email recently of someone that has this sort of attitude about. Sort of, he's a bit disenfranchised with like AAA, and he has some podcasts and he's invited me on, so I got to respond to him still. I've just been too busy, but it caught my attention because it seems like growing nowadays there's a sort of an increasing sentiment against like the big polished titles. Well, it isn't that simple. It's more the fact that, at least for me, I'm a little bit over the whole. When, you know the kind of people that they don't look at games from like this passionate POV. You know, it's the type of people when you mention video games to them, the first thing they think of oh, that's a billion-dollar industry, we can make money. That's like their first thing that they think of, and they try and come up with some crap idea for some game. Like, what if we made like mathematics into a video game, or some, you know, some idea that isn't like coming from it's just an opportunistic, oh, let's capitalize on this type attitude. I hate that attitude personally. And I think a lot of people are picking up on that from like the live service, at least for me anyway. I'm not a big fan of the live service type stuff I see nowadays. So I know that it's not the profitable thing to do, but for me it's like, well, I just want to make stuff I think's cool. So I'm glad that inspires you. That's cool. It kind of gives me motivation as well. Now, there's a reference I'm looking for that I will get up before I forget. Speaking of AAA games, I haven't played this game, but I've seen like clips of it, very short little clips. It's this little niche indie game called Horizon Zero Dawn, and the jump animation looks cool, so I want to have a look at it. I don't know if they're gonna actually, are they gonna have it? Oh, they have this whole analysis video. Oh no, it's... Can like... I hate when it's just all shorts. I hate the shorts player. Because I can't pause it and like scrub through. Is this some like... Okay, this is like a fan animation. Whereas, I just want the game... I want to see gameplay of this character jumping. Because there's a pose, and no, I don't want deodorant. I'm fine. I take showers. Oh my god, I can't skip it. No! No. Well, hey guys, if you need deodorant, we know where to go. Oh my god, another one? Okay. Yeah, ads are getting pretty crazy, aren't they now? Alright, let's see. I want to see if they do the jump animation. Do they show the jump animation? I just want to look at the jump, because the jump's cool. Oh, sorry, I lost you guys. There you are. Yeah, well, luckily we're not on the shorts player anymore, so I won't have to replace the, but yeah, I should really, there should be, I think certainly there's some kind of extension that just automatically switches it to the normal player. That'd be cool. I should install that. So, I'm just trying to find, oh, here we go, the jump. This is the only thing of the game I've seen, is that I've seen little like when people do their little video essays and then they have like Horizon gameplay showing and they have the character jump. That's literally all I know this game from. I just think the jump looks cool. So I'm just looking at the way that she moves her arms. I like that. It's this sort of, that shape. So I'll try and get something similar going. Because it has this kind of triangular look from the front. And this is going to sound kind of weird, but when I'm playing games, on the occasion I get to play games, the jump animation to me, if it doesn't have like a good shape to it, then it's not, I don't like it. I like when if you jump, there's like a very distinct silhouette or shape. I don't know, there's something about it that just feels good. And what I like about this jump is there's this sort of like upwards arrow, like with the hands, it's literally kind of making an upwards arrow type shape, which I like. And then the knees tuck up ahead of her, and it's like her entire body is being tapered upwards, which I think looks cool. So I'm gonna put this on my other screen and just get some of the poses. So the stage we're at the moment with animations, because remember I've been mostly busy with editing this week, so I haven't had much time to make progress since last week. But the basic idea for now is we want just key poses blocking. All the little details we're going to do later, but I just want to have every animation she has blocked out with just basic key poses. I then want to take them all in the engine, configure them up to the character controller, and see how the poses look. That's the plan. So, God, I'm so itchy. Why am I so itchy today? I'm not even sweating. Usually when I sweat, I get itchy, but I'm not even sweating, and for some reason my skin is just irritated. Sorry. Yeah, it's just a bit irritating. But anyway, let's get her jumping. So I'm only looking at this from one angle, so it's going to be a bit... I'm going to have to like make my own judgment calls here. But it looks to me, you want to have one foot going up that you launch with. Actually, I'll just key everything. There we go. Everything's keyframed. And the body's sort of leaning forward a bit. But I don't... Because the thing that's kind of tricky as well is that this reference I'm looking at has her moving and jumping. So I'm gonna have to adjust it so that she's idle, because this is gonna be the idle just jumping into the air. Unless, let me think. Do they actually, I don't know in Horizon if they do that. Do they have different, surely they would. A Sony game would definitely have different ones for jumping and idling. But I think it's gonna take too long for me to try and find a specific example. Oh, hey Sozu, good to see you. Owen says my brother played it. That's cool. Your brother sounds like he had fun. Joshua asked, you may have talked about this before, but how did you come to the specific list of animations you needed? I just kind of like thought up what would I need, and then I just wrote it down. So the list, it's on my other screen here, but I've got a few. Most of them are based on the old animations from the old model, but I've got a few extras. I'll quickly get a screenshot of some of them. Hold on. I'll show you my checklist. So I got a lot to do still, but a lot of these are going to be derivative. So for instance, I'm just in my head thinking, because I've already set up the character and animations before with the old model, and I know what kind of stuff, like, if you want to come up with something for your own thing, I think the easiest thing to do is just kind of pay attention, like, look at some kind of reference, like, from your favorite game, and then just, like, pay attention to the movement, and then you'll kind of come up with a list of different clips that they could probably use. So for Gabi, for instance, I know that with jumping, there's 6 animations for jumping, and you might say, why is there 6? Shouldn't you just need 1? Well, this is where it gets kind of, once you've done it in the engine, you kind of get an idea of why you would need 6. So the 6 for the jump is 1 animation to play when she starts jumping. So when you go from running or from idling, in this case I've got 2 lists, because I'm going to have, each jump is going to have a beginning, middle, and end, and then she's going to have a different jump for when she's running and jumping versus when she's just standing still. And that's how you get 6. So the jump start is when you go from like idling and you press spacebar. She'll launch from idle quickly to the jump pose. The loop is going to, because start only plays once, it fires once, and then it transitions into jump loop. And jump loop will just play a pose over and over until she lands. And when she lands, it then triggers jump end. And that's going to be the transition from the falling pose to when she hits the ground, and she'll have like a little duck. She'll have, because, you know, I don't know if you guys have seen like gymnastics routines, but they have to land a specific way. Like I think they call it the motorbike. When I was doing gymnastics as a kid anyway, that's what we called it. And I'm not going to do that exactly, but that's kind of the idea, is that you want there to be some kind of transition from falling to moving again. And if there's no transition, it looks kind of weird. So Gabi's old model has a little transition where she just ducks down for 1 frame so that it looks like that her gravity, and it looks like there's follow through for when she's falling. And then, so those are the 3 states, and then I just repeat those, but change it so that she like leans forward more for the moving one. So these poses are going to be a little different, but they're going to be implemented in the same spots, except for these 3 ones, they're going to play these when she's in motion moving forward more than a certain threshold. But if she's jumping on the spot, it'll play this set. And you basically have something like that and rinse and repeat for every kind of action you can think of. So for instance, the wall running, I'm kind of not looking forward to doing this one because this is kind of hard. I might do this one after I do the sprint, because the sprint needs a bit of work, and I might just take the sprint and adjust it. And yeah, that's the thing, because a lot of these can be derided from other ones too. So for instance, because the order you do this in is kind of important. So for like the walk, I have 2 animations for the walk. I have the walk and the walk lean. And the walk lean is basically going to be the same as the walk, except I'm going to take her torso and tilt it sideways a little bit, so that when you're steering her, she'll lean into where she's moving. And that shouldn't be a lot of work once you do the walk, because all you have to do is copy paste the animation and just change 1 bone, basically. You just have to move her shoulders and twist them a little. And that's it. And then you set up in Unreal, you would set up like a animation blend space to blend between, like, depending on the direction she's rotating, it'll blend between walk and walk lean. And the reason I've only got one walk lean is because I'll just have her leaning one way and then just mirror that same animation for when she's leaning the other way. So that's making 2 animations with 1. And then same for the jog. We have that little jog animation she does, and then she'll lean. And then the sprint, I should rename this to run and sprint instead of jog and run. The run's going to have a lean as well. And then the slide, similar type thing. When she goes from running to sliding, there'll be a transitional thing, then a loop that'll just play as long as she slides. And then for the end, I want to have something cool where she does like a flip up into the, like, to spin up, stand up again after the slide ends. And then I'll have another one for when she if you jump while sliding, she'll play a different jump animation for that. Because I think her doing a backflip from a slide would be just epic. So I think I did actually have that implemented on an earlier version of her character at some point using like stock animations, but we're going to do it with our own rig and animations this time. And then, yeah, you basically just rinse and repeat. You just got to think of every contingency. And this isn't even the full list. There's probably going to be more as well. And then once I finish cataloging my devlog folder, I should have more time, hopefully, to work on these. But anyway, so that's how I come up with my list. You just kind of look and go, you just got to make a shopping list of like, how much do I want? And yeah. Imagine if you could blend animations so that you'd only have the walk and then the lean could be blended. I've heard you can do that, but because I'm doing the animation in a specific style, which is the limited animation style, I don't know if that would work. Not in my case, anyway. I think that's what you'd use animation layers for too. See, I'm aware of those. I just don't know if that would work because the trick with my animations, because I want it to look very anime-like, and it's not going to look like this yet because this is still the blocking. But the idea is that we deliberately remove computer interpolation so that it looks like an anime character, which is what I did on the last model. And I like how it looks, but I know that there are people that think it looks kind of glitchy. And the reason for that is actually got nothing to do with the animations. It's to do with the way that the character has been modeled. And that has now been solved because we've just remodeled the character. So the limited animations on this character will look a lot better than the ones on the old character. And I could go on for a whole hour explaining why, because I've had a lot of time to analyze it, but it isn't the limited style. It'd be like watching Spider-Verse and saying that it looks slow, which that's not really what's happening. But anyway, so because of the no interpolation, it means blending animations you want to avoid in this case, because it'll look... Because I've already got a bit of animation blending in the old model, and it looks awful. It looks completely awful, because it's trying really awkwardly to take 2 animations with limited frame rates and interpolate between them. And any interpolation with this style is not going to look good. So maybe it might not look bad, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it will look bad. So what my plan is to just not use transitional ones at all. And I know that means that there's no animation blending, but considering that the style is limited animation anyway, I don't think it's gonna matter. Because I've studied the Guilty Gear characters a lot. They don't have any animation blending either, and it looks fine. So, but it only works when you do everything else right, like what I've tried to do here. So having like the model done the right way, rigged the right way, textured the right way, shaded the right way, and everything else. Once you get all that, you can kind of start to then adopt more of how Arc System Works does stuff. I'll see if I can find reference of their characters as well later on, because I'm going to reference Arc System Works a lot. And for those who haven't seen their games, you might not know what I'm talking about, but their games, the reason I'm using them and not something like Genshin Impact is because to me, I've not seen a game look like an anime game look better than Guilty Gear, or any game that studio's done. There is nothing else on the market that looks as good. So even Genshin Impact, I know it sounds shocking, but I do think Arc System games look way better than Genshin Impact. So that's why I'm using their standards, because their standards are high. So can't go wrong using high standards. But if for those guys, if they don't do animation blending, then neither will we. Because they probably found, my guess, if I had to bet, my bet would be that they came to that same problem when they went, oh, animation blending completely breaks our custom animation work. So let's not do that. That's gonna be my guess of what happened. And after having made most of this character, I'd say it's a pretty educated guess. Like, you know, I've come almost as far as they have, and it's like, yeah, I think that's probably what's happened. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Well, yeah, so the thing with the fixed cameras as well, with the Guilty Gear stuff, is that I understand that not everything they do is gonna work. And I'm kind of okay with that. Like, I know that there's things with the lighting and the shaders, and like you can't change the angle of the light every keyframe. That's fine. I know that I'm not going to be able to do that. That's a limitation I accept. But I can get it looking pretty good, even without that. I'm pretty sure that they did do a full 3D game at one point with the same techniques. I don't remember what it was called, but I remember distinctly that they did do a full 3D game, and they basically had the same workflow for it. So... Alright, so I want to have to go in later without symmetry on. I might as well do it now, actually. I gotta have one hand going high, a bit higher than the other. Like that. And then her back looks really awkward still. We'll have to stretch her up quite a bit too, I reckon. Arc System created a custom edit of Unreal Engine to squash the yeah. Well, I think luckily, at least from my knowledge, well, this is where it gets kind of complicated actually, because I found that the specific bone scaling thing they needed to do, because I remember reading the docs on this, and they had to, because this was Unreal Engine 3 they were using, so it's a bit older than the one I'm using. And in Unreal Engine 3, you couldn't scale bones independently on the X, Y, and Z axis. You could only scale them uniformly. So they had to write their own, they had to modify the source of the engine to allow bone scaling per axis. Now, my experience with Unreal and bone scaling has been a bit wonky, but I have observed that it does scale per axis. But I think the issues I have, I don't think they're Unreal issues, because I've noticed that the bone scaling is just kind of weird, but only for the Rigify stuff. Not for, if I get my own bone and scale it XYZ, it's fine. But if I do a Rigify rig and scale it, when I take it to Unreal, it just completely like will break sometimes. And I think it's more of a file format thing. I think someone I remember told me that it's the FBX format or something. So at some point, when I get time, I'm going to try out a different export format and see if that it's supposedly meant to fix it. But this issue, I remember the guy who showed me this, he found the same issue in Unity too. And this is more of a Rigify to FBX thing. So it isn't an Unreal thing. So I'm pretty sure then from that knowledge, extrapolating from that I think Unreal 4 does natively support bone scaling. So I won't have to modify the engine source. Because yeah, now that I remember, this issue was in Unity as well when using Rigify. So this isn't, so that I won't have to run into that problem that Arc System had, thankfully, because thanks to the passage of time, they've They've just gone and added that to the engine. Because yeah, for the little turret character I have, he, that little guy, he does have bone scaling, and it works on him. Because that's like a fully custom rig. And I have bone scaling where he stretches outwards and upwards, and that works fine in Unreal. So, but yeah, in UE3, that wouldn't work, which is what Arc Systems, that was the issue they had. Which, man, I don't envy them. Poor guys. See me, I started my character too late to be the first to do this style. I don't know what the rest of the meme is, but just in time to use bone scaling without having to modify engine source. So that's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna try the next pose on this jump. I'm gonna animate the entire jump just in this timeline, and then I'll split it up into its different counterparts after. So I'll go ahead a few frames and change up the pose so that she's in a mid jump. I'm gonna have to find some more reference, because the reference I've got here is not amazing. But it looks like in this part of the jump, she's meant to kind of bend forward a little to kind of tuck into a ball. That's sort of the idea. You can have additive animation without blending? Okay, cool. That's good news. That's something I'll have to look at then. Because yeah, all I would basically do for like leaning is just move the spine. That would kind of be it. I guess I would just have to hope that if I do lean the spine, that the rest of the body doesn't mess up. That's going to be the only thing I'll have to watch for. But I think if I'm careful with it, it might work. Oh, I lost my reference. I lost my timeline. Oh, and I got a goddamn ad, a Grammarly ad. Services like Grammarly do terrify me though. I'm gonna be real. Grammarly scares me. It tells me that many people can't spell and they need a plugin to do it for them. That's terrifying. Okay, I'll try and have it like tucked more into a ball. So I have her legs sort of going like under her, like that. Ooh. See, the cool thing I'm using the transform tool with the local axes on. So if I want to rotate her hands locally, I just take this little green circle and just do that. And it doesn't rotate it in the whole world space, it just rotates that bone on its own axis. So that's one of my favorite tools using when posing. Because it doesn't do, it just doesn't make it weird, you know what I mean? It doesn't like try and rotate the hand like on the wrong axis and stuff, which I appreciate. But yeah, so I'm just getting rid of the twist from her hips because she should be a bit more symmetrical by this point. And I think her legs have to come up a bit higher. Like that. She probably should be looking where she's jumping. Do you find Blender to be better to animate than in Unreal? Can you animate in Unreal? I've never tried animating in Unreal. But I guess animating a character like this in Unreal sounds like a nightmare. Because it doesn't take, when you export, at least with the versions I'm using. I don't know if this has changed. I don't imagine it would, because it isn't like game engines to... It wouldn't make sense for a game engine to support this. But you see all these controllers I'm using? So to my knowledge, those do not come, when you export this to FBX, it doesn't take these controllers with it, because this is a lot of redundant information for a game engine to process in real time. Because, as it would turn out, rigging is kind of complicated. So what it does when I export my rigs, I make it so that it exports the deform bones only, and it bakes the data from these controllers. So it keeps track of where the deform bones have been moved, and then it just applies the keyframes to the deform bones. And then it exports it to the engine. So that way when you export it, the actual in-engine character will have less bones than the actual rig. Because the rig has all of these count as bones. And then there's the hold on, can I show you the layers? Because, yeah, hold on. Get a load of this. There's a bunch of hidden layers, even the controllers. But then even without the controllers, there's more. So if I click on this and turn on this layer, I think those are the deform. Yeah, so these are the deform bones, which look a little... Let me like change the display so they're a bit easier to see. There we go. So those are all the deform bones. So the green ones and the gray ones. Those are what actually get exported. Now imagine exporting that and these shapes, which then also get turned into this. That's just a lot that you don't need. So the engine gets rid of all of this stuff and just worries on the deform. So animating that in Unreal without the controllers, oh, ouch. Yeah, no thanks. That's not for me. unless they have a way to, in maybe UE5 or something, if they actually copy that stuff, which I would find hard to believe. But, I don't know. I guess, I don't know, like, I haven't tried doing it in Unreal, so I couldn't say, but I wouldn't want to. There's probably even, like, heaps of tools as well that I'd imagine Blender would have for animation that maybe won't be there in Unreal, because Unreal is more than just an animation tool. It's like a game engine. So that'd be my guess. That'd be my guess, anyway. Elijah asks, odd question. Sorry, for whatever reason, my chat appears to be frozen on my Streamlabs. So I'm gonna go to my backups. I've got my two Chrome tabs with Twitch and YouTube chat open. Wow, there's more messages here than... Sorry, if I wasn't reading my Streamlabs, this is the first time I'm multicasting. So that's probably why, sorry. But I can see you guys now. Cloista says usually... Oh wait, what's this? You can just click the date of the comments and it takes you to the normal player. Okay, I don't know what that is. Oh, there you go. Okay, now it's updating. Sorry, chat was misbehaving. Not you guys, but the chat system was misbehaving. Oh, how much did I've missed a lot. Half the messages... Okay, you know what's really frustrating? I'm gonna need to find some other way to... Okay, now it's showing messages. Okay. God damn. So the YouTube chat, and when I look at the actual chats themselves... from the source, from the dashboards, it's showing me more messages than the Streamlabs one. So that's a bit irritating. But Elijah asks, odd questions, are you pro or anti-AI? That is definitely an odd question, and that is a huge question. I think it's more complicated than being pro or against, but I do ethically have concerns with it. But I don't really follow it. I don't follow the AI thing. I really do not care about AI because I know that there's something that the tech bros don't understand, okay? About making creative work, about creating art. And this is something I think the commercial world doesn't care about or understand either. I was gonna say they don't understand, but these types of like Marvels and those types of studios, like the big Hollywood, they don't care about this. I don't think this is not the sort of thing that they would care about. But for me anyway, I think one thing AI can't do is I don't know. This is something I've seen coming before AI became a thing. I was seeing this in the YouTube space as a content. I guess I'm gonna say it. I am a content creator. I see. I don't know if I really fit because I don't like take content creation as seriously as most people. But hey, I have a play button. I'm a content creator. So as a content creator, I feel like there is a change that has been happening slowly over time. And I'm happy that this change is happening. But it's also coinciding with this AI stuff happening at the same time. And it's to do with sincerity. And I think sincerity is one of my highest values because I have I have zero tolerance for like people that lie that are just not real. You know what I mean? You know what people I'm talking about. You've met people like this. People that are completely full of it, that have no values, no principles, and they're just kind of like full of hot air. I think AI is kind of similar because it's this idea of like making things just for making things, which I don't think there's something really not right about it. You know what I mean? Maybe not. Maybe you don't know what I mean. Maybe I'm not explaining myself well enough. I don't know. I've thought about this in my head a lot, but I haven't actually been asked about it or said anything about it before. So I'm gonna try and take my time with that question. But I don't know if this is gonna make sense to anyone that isn't a creator, but when you create something that you really, really care about, I think people can tell. And there is evidence to the contrary with like, like with the kind of like the corporate feeling stuff that kind of goes nowadays, like what you see on YouTube Kids and like Fortnite and that kind of stuff. To me, that's opportunistic and capitalistic and whatever. To me, it's fulfilling a need in the market. I have a tough time believing that there's anyone that sincerely wants like those to exist for an artistic reason. Like, oh, my goal in life is to make that. Maybe there is, but the way it is now, just the scene, the vibe of it, it feels like, oh, they're trying really hard to sell me on something. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there are like companies now. I'm gonna use Fortnite as an example, just because I'm kind of familiar with this thing that's going on. But yeah, I think Roblox is the same thing, right? Where it's like there are companies that come up just to create like branded ads, like integrated product placement content for those games. There are like companies that will make like a Walmart map to sell you clothes or something. Like there's that stuff. And then there's like think about what picture is in your mind when I use the word author or musician or whatever. It's a completely different image that comes into your head, right? And I think it's important that those two are like not the same. Like, yes, they're all making content. They're all making games and whatever. They're all making stuff. They're all creating, but there is a difference between that creating and this creating. And I think what AI is sort of it's just kind of like a big, I don't know. I don't know where I heard this from. I don't know if it's some quote, but I've noticed in Japan they seem to take this pretty seriously with like their anime industry and everything. And that's this idea that there is a certain character, there is a certain quality that something adopts. Like when something is hard to do, it gives it a certain charm. I don't know if that's the right wording for it. Maybe you guys have heard this saying somewhere. Maybe you know what I don't know where I heard this from, but it was like this idea that having something that was hard to make builds its character. You know what I mean? like it has a specific charm to it which you can't really just copy without putting in effort, because it's the effort, it's the work that went into it that makes it more than the sum of its parts. I think that's why, now I'm not an expert on the animation industry in Japan, but I do know that they still do a lot of traditional anime. Like, you don't really see this in the West as much now. It's all CG. But in Japan, anyway, they still have houses of, like, animation studios that are doing traditional animation. And I think the reason they do that, if I had to guess, it's because they know that if they try and putting in that effort is what gives it a quality to it that you can't really replicate without that toil. And that's what I believe anyway. And I, even in my own work, I kind of find that true, because I had someone making stuff for me that we were working on NPCs, and these had to get scrapped because they were unoptimized as hell. But what he did was he just went into Vroid Studio and just chugged out a bunch of like stock characters and put them in. And then you put one of those next to Gabi, and it looks miles different. Like, it doesn't even compare. Because one of them didn't have any effort put in, and one did. And you could just tell. And that, I believe that's true, but at the same time, it is kind of worrying that I do think, here's what I believe. I think everyone can see that, but I don't think everyone knows they can see that. Because to people that are kind of like, you know, like those sort of like Raid Shadow Legends type games, I think maybe that's not a good example because I haven't played it, but you know, like games that look like they have a lot of effort put in, or just some cheap mobile game, I think the people that are playing the cheap mobile game versus like a well-made version of it, like let's say you have the original Flappy Bird versus like a clone, I do think an average player, even if they are choosing to play the cheap one, will be able to tell the difference. But I think it's just a matter of how much you care about that sort of thing. Whether you want to tune into it. But I think you'll be able to perceive it. It's just whether you want to pay attention to it. But yeah, I sound like a crazy rambling man now, but there's something about that which I know you can't get with AI. And I think it's kind of not... I think what it's doing is it's encouraging people to shortcut things. And I think there are times where that is good and times where it isn't. But one thing I disagree with a lot is how people think that, oh, well, I can make anything with, you know, they have like some AI text prompter thing, and they think they can make like a AAA game with it. I think that's... No, there's no way. Because it takes more than just those skills. I think it's definitely going to lower the bar of entry, but I think it's going to do something. You know, like when game engines like Unity became popular, how it lowered the bar of entry for game dev, but it was still the case that the majority of people just it would not work. I think it's just going to be that again still. Like, yeah, more people can make stuff, but also more people are going to mess it up because they're not actually putting in effort. Anyway, that's my game theory. That's just a game theory, okay? That's my game theory. But yeah, I don't know if that'll make any sense. I don't expect it'll make sense to most people that haven't made anything. But I think another thing that's kind of a shame is that you miss out on a lot by shortcutting it. You miss out on a chance to become better because you don't learn anything. You just type in a prompt. I don't know. Something about that, it feels not right. Some guy, I can make anything, proceeds to tell a computer to take all catgirl images from the internet and average out one. Well, yeah, this is sort of where it comes to the Arc System Works methodology, which is what I really... One of the reasons I chose them as well is not only because it looks great, but one of the reasons it does look great is because they intended it to look that way. They didn't leave it to chance or the calculations or the computer. For those who have watched the talk, the key principle to the Arc System Works style is intentionality, artist intent. And I think I didn't really understand what that meant when I started my journey, but I definitely understand what it means now. And I feel kind of sorry for the tech bros because they'll never know what that means. They're never gonna know because they don't actually have any artistic intent. They're just probably trying to make money, which it's kind of cringe. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit cringe, and it's inauthentic. Unless, look, and I'm not saying this is all cases. I do probably, you know, maybe there is a use where there is intent and you're kind of like using things to speed things up or whatever, maybe. But most of the stuff I've seen where it's just someone like scraping work from like 10 artists without asking them and then saying they made something. See, I don't know, man. I don't know. That doesn't seem like I don't like that. I think it's kind of cringe. It's sort of that meme of like, look at what they need to imitate a fraction of our power. They need an entire... Because those are expensive to run, aren't they? Those AI things. Here's another concern, right? Is like, what's going to happen when the venture capitalists stop funding it? What's going to happen? Because you're kind of seeing that with YouTube and Twitch and everything now, right? Where people are starting to wake up to the fact that their business models were completely unsustainable. And people are talking about Twitch ad rates or whatever. Like I'm seeing more conversations about that lately, and people are like shocked that what? These websites aren't profitable? And it's like, well, yeah. If you have a free service, what do you think's gonna happen? You think they're gonna make that money back with the amount of like I think running a website like YouTube or Twitch is like insanely expensive. I think YouTube might be profitable, but Twitch I know is not. Or Twitter as well. I remember people losing their minds over Twitter not being profitable, and it's like, well, yeah, because you get to use it for free. Of course they're not gonna, like, most of that funding is probably coming from not the users. It's probably coming from advertisers or something. And I think with like the AI stuff, I don't know how much, it's like a subscription, right? For some of them. But is that really gonna be enough to sustain it for like the next 20 years? Because I think the only reason it's kind of taken off now is because heaps of people with money are like, oh yeah, this seems like the future, and they'll like throw a bunch of money at it, which is probably why all of a sudden right now they're all taking off. That's, I don't know. I'm not a venture capitalist, so I don't know. I'm just game theorying, okay? That's just my game theory. I'm just speculating. That would be my guess though. Because maybe I'm conflating that with NFTs, because I know NFTs are insanely expensive to, like, resource wise. That's something I remember hearing about, where it's like to generate one, it was like insanely energy inefficient or whatever. So I don't know. But what I do think will happen is I think people will get sick of it. At least I hope so. My hope is that if we're on the right timeline, people will get kind of over it. Like they'll get tired of being sold inauthentic, fake crap. Because I know I am. I know if I'm like that, then surely more people would. That's why I don't watch any, I don't really keep up to date with like most modern, like I'm not on streaming services or anything. Like my entertainment source is like books and DVDs from 20 years ago. Like I don't watch anything made today. Mainly because, I don't know, I have a tough time finding, except like Better Call Saul. That's like my one exception. But that was well made. But I can't, for every Better Call Saul, there are 10 Bold and Beautifuls. Or 100. Anyway, my little ramble about AI. Yeah, it is a big and odd question. Those are my thoughts on it. I don't know if that's a coherent answer or not, but that's my attitude. There's probably more I could say, but I think it really just comes down to, I don't see what AI does to further authenticity. That's the only thing. I don't think that even would come from AI. Maybe you have a case where there is an artist out there that is very authentic and believes in their work, and they use AI not in the way that I'm seeing it used currently, but in some different way that is not ethically ripping artists off or anything. I have to believe that maybe there's a guy out there that's like using it that way. Not just because it's like trendy and new and they want to just create content, but because they actually have some idea that they want to exist. And they're using the tools as like a way to help, but they're not. That's kind of why I don't follow like engine updates. Like everyone always asks me about Unreal 5 and I'm still on Unreal 4 because I just do not care about most, like I have a vision for my game and it doesn't rely on ray tracing. Because you need to know more about what you're doing than just whether it's going to use some trendy technology that no one's going to care about in 10 years. So I don't know. That's sort of the way I think of it. I don't know what the net... Hold on, let me turn off automatic interpolation. Yeah, I haven't really thought about how she's gonna land from here. And I think this does look a bit strange. I'll adjust this pose to kind of go better with the one that comes after it. There we go. Anyway, sorry, I was just rambling there. What do you guys reckon? Keo says, anyone with AI text prompt who thinks they can make a whole high quality game has never been attempted to make any games or AI before. Yeah, I would agree. Joshua says, from what I've heard, most AI companies are working at a loss. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. There's something else too, actually, now that because I remember, oh, there was some guy I knew that was like really into text, like copywriting. Like he would use ChatGPT, I think that's what it's called, to write like copy or like his resume and stuff. And it's like, bro, if you can't even be bothered to write your resume, why should anyone bother to hire you? If you can't even, if you're so lazy that you can't even write your own cover letter, like if you do not care that much, it's like, really, dude? Like, come on. Like if you can't even, like writing is so easy. That's like the easiest thing, and you can't even do that. Like, it's just, it's over. There's no hope for you. Like you'd have, I don't know. It's when it comes to like that kind of stuff, because I think, see a lot of these ideas kind of intertwine with other ideas I've been thinking about recently. And I've been thinking a lot recently about effort and laziness. But I'll get into that a bit more later, because that's kind of a different thing. But I think one thing AI does do is that it kind of gives you the chance, it gives people that don't care an in, which I think is like, I'm just kind of over it. It's like, I mean, those people were going to be there anyway, but now they have it even easier. So I think the real challenge there is being able to discriminate against the people that actually care. Because for me, I could never imagine using ChatGPT to write like an episode of my series or like my website bio. Because it's like, if I want people to care about me, I have to care about what I'm saying. And if I'm relying on a robot to write it for me, do I really care about it? If I can't even be bothered to sit down for 5 minutes and write a paragraph about me, like if I'm doing my bio on my website, if I can't even be bothered to talk about myself, like it's an attitude thing. It's something about the attitude of that just strikes me as dangerous. Like there's just something insidious about it that I do not like. Like, if you want anyone to take you seriously and you can't even write your own website bio, it's just like, goddamn. Like, it's over. So not to say that specific situation encompasses that as a whole, the entirety of AI, but that's what I tend to see. That's what I hear about, that's what I see, and it doesn't make me very happy. Makes me if I had more people tell me news about AI, I'd probably go full doomer and just quit. But yeah, no, I stopped. Like, yeah, I had a group of friends that were really into it, and I just stopped talking to them, because it's like, you guys, I just can't. I can't deal with this. You guys are just too cringe. Can't do it. So anyway, what I'm trying to do at the moment, I'm just trying to make these two poses. I think that, yeah, actually I can see this looks a bit better now. Except the arms, what happened there? Ah, let me delete that keyframe. Oh, no, not like that. Hold on. I had one keyframe on 0 and one on 1. Oh, there we go. Now the shoulders are doing the way I want. Now I've got to do a falling pose of some kind. So I'll move her legs a bit like this. So again, yeah, I'm probably going to go over this again later, but this is just like a rough, trying to get the roughs of like how it should look. Did I model this as well? Yes, indeed I have. I have indeed. We got it. Bamboozle, you're a first-time chatter. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, has my Streamlabs chat fixed yet? I don't know. I don't think it has. I'm just going to leave these two open. This, I can't read your username. It's a bunch of random letters, but he says a lot of people just use it and don't actually know what they're doing. Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing I don't like, is that it attracts it, because the bar of entry is so low, it kind of attracts that kind of thing, wouldn't it? Portuguese says it's important to understand AI as a tool and shouldn't ultimately what does everything. Well, yeah, I think I would agree, because it's again, because the only people I have talked about to this are the people that think it just does everything and that they can just shortcut through life through it. So that's all I've been exposed. I've not met a single person that has like a level, like an actual reasonable view, like a responsible view on it. You know what I mean? And then there's the whole, then there's the ethics side to it, which that's a big one. We might not get into that today. But things like it kind of, things like video evidence are going to be a lot harder to trust now, and I kind of don't like that, because I don't know if anyone here has served a jury before, but when you can no longer trust video evidence as reliable, that's going to make things really complicated, like extremely complicated. And I don't like that. That's gonna, yeah. Man, I really miss the old days, back at the 1800s. Yeah. But yeah. Also a first-time chatter. Your game did inspire my team in college to make a parkour game. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Portuguese. I'm glad I'm still active too. Yeah, we gotta go back to the old times before this internet, okay? Back when we had gramophones, when we just listened to the radio. Back in the good old days when kids had manners. Now, maybe that's too far. That's the other thing too, is that I noticed a common counter argument that the tech guys were making when AI became became popular, is that they were comparing it to like photography, saying, oh, this is just, everyone always says this about a new art form, but it's gonna be fine. Like, you guys, remember when photography was a thing and everyone thought it would end art, but it didn't? See, that's exactly what this is. And it's like, see, I don't know if that's accurate when people say that. Oh, thanks so much, Timothy, once again for the 10 Canadian bucks. Timothy, you have donated 3 streams in a row, I believe. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm trying to find the emote menu again. I always keep forgetting where it is. We can get some rounds of applause in chat for Timothy. Now, thanks to Timothy, I can afford a ChatGPT subscription. Nah, just yeah, no, just kidding. I cannot. Okay, you guys, leave some clap emojis in chat for Tim. I can't find it. Back in the 1800s, we could just go around and drag our victims up on the horse. Yeah, man. Yeah. Nah, come on. We all know that the real peak in history was, I'm trying to think exactly what year. The real peak in history was 1999. Okay, we all know that that's really where we need to go back. Not 2000, not 2001, not 98, but 1999. Okay. That was really the peak of Agent Smith said so, okay? And you can't argue with Agent Smith. Agent Smith says the peak of your civilization when he's talking to Morpheus, and it's 1999. Okay, that's not a coincidence. That's because they knew that 1999 was the peak, because it's the Matrix. They've seen there are thousands. They're in 2199. They've been through it all. They've been through all this stuff. And that's the AI talking, and the AI making the Matrix said, you know, it'd be really cool if we made an entire simulation of 1999 specifically. So you know what that means? It means that 1999 is the prime timeline, and it's true. It's facts. You can't. What are you going to argue with Agent Smith? You're going to argue with the super AI that exists in 2099? You think they didn't know? You think they didn't know what they were doing? Because if they had made the Matrix any other year after 1999, the humans wouldn't have believed it. They would have woken up from the simulation because they would have known something was off. That's why they made it 99. It's true. It's true, folks. Okay, this transition looks a bit awkward. Her back. We gotta straighten her back a little. We gotta straighten her back. See, but that doesn't look right either. Maybe I have to like straighten it like this. And her shoulders look off too. Mongo Bongo says Agent Smith was the protagonist and the one. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, see, he knows. He knows, okay. Mongo knows. See, Smith was speaking straight facts. Kyo says, I understand some of it, the new art medium argument, but I'd equate it to phones with cameras versus proper dedicated cam. Yeah, that's actually a good point, because my mum does photography. And man, the amount of effort it takes to actually take a photo with a real camera than an iPhone is insane. Like, there's actually half of what she's saying I don't understand at all. And she's like, yeah, I gotta set up the comp and have the aperture and like I don't even know half the terminology, but it's way more effort than just like snapping a picture with a with the iPhone 15 or whatever. And I think another reason that this is kind of a different thing is that photography, even with an iPhone, good photography still takes effort. Like, there's still you still need artistic intent to really capture a good photo. Even though you're just clicking a button, you have to choose still. You have to choose what the subject matter is. You have to choose the color. You have to choose the contrast. Those are all little opportunities. Every one of those choices, it's an opportunity for you to make your mark, to say something with those choices. And the thing I don't really like with the AI thing as a new medium is that a lot of that, you don't really have any of that choice. It kind of makes the choices for you. And that's what the Matrix said. They said the problem was choice. And I don't really know how that's going to relate. I just remember them saying that. I don't know what my point was there. But I think having choices is what makes that's the point. I think if you don't have like a choice in it, if the only choice you get is what prompt you put in, I don't know, to me that isn't, it's just, I don't know, see, it doesn't seem like enough. Because with photography, there's so much choice you have to, like, you could have two people photographing the same thing and it comes out completely different. Because maybe one person's in a bad mood and they take a somber photo, and the other one's in a great mood and they take a very bright and lovely photo of like the same street or something. Like, it's that kind of stuff, and that you can't fake that stuff. That isn't something you fake. If you try and fake it, it won't work. People can tell. Yeah, if you like relinquish all your choices, it doesn't. It's not really, I wouldn't even call that art at that point. You know, I remember a lot of people have like debated. I remember I had some friends once that like we were gonna play like D&D. This was years ago. We were gonna play like D&D, and before the match began, these two guys started like a debate with each other over the definition of art, and we had to wait an entire freaking hour for them to finish arguing to start our campaign. But at least for my personal definition, I think art is when you get to like make choices like that. When you don't get to make choices, I would not call it art at that point. Try typist kid. Promptception. I mean, yeah, you could get the AI to write a prompt. You could. You can also have two people write the same prompt and get a totally different image. Yes, but that isn't because they're choosing a different image. It's because the AI is choosing a different image. See how it's kind of different? At least that's how. I mean, I haven't used it, so I could be wrong. But to my knowledge, that's how it works, right? It just kind of spits out whatever based on its data set. See, that's based on its data set, not your data set. You know what I'm saying? Because I think in art, you have your own data set. Maybe this is the way people, like, this is how you explain it. People have their own data set of their entire life experience. It's all getting combined into this data set. So for me, that data set is, you know, all this, like, Better Call Saul and watching Lazy Town and all that stuff, and reading whatever things I like. You know, it's a combination of the things I like and things that I value and experiences I've had. And that's my data set. And then that comes through in my work. And then someone else will have a different data set, because no two people live the exact same life. So you guys, you know, one of you, if you're making something, you might have an idea or something that's really important to you, like a certain game mechanic or a certain value or whatever it is, and then you've got like a bunch of little data points like that of like preferences that you have, like what colors you like, what, you know, why you like those colors, what music style, what genre you like, all that stuff. Those are all that's your data set. And I think the magic is when you choose how you use that data set. Like when you synthesize a new thing, you're whether you're unconsciously doing this or not, you're synthesizing something from your data set. And the reason that's kind of the case is because you can't help but not be influenced by things. Because I think there was some like high thought experiment that someone did where it's like to defend inspiration or something, where they were saying if you were to like have a person in a cage their whole life that had never lived, and you ask them to write a story, they would come up with the most like cookie cutter generic thing possible, because they have no data set. You see, they have nothing except being in a cage. But that's why everyone kind of makes different things, is because they all have different data sets. But I think the effort and choice of making it into something, because that's really hard to do that, to actually change it from just a data set to a thing, that transformation, I think that's what maybe that's what I'm trying to get at here. What I don't like about AI is that it removes the transformation. It just makes it instantly happen. Because when you do something, when you transform your data set into a thing, something's going on. And if you pay attention, you'll know what it is. But if you aren't paying attention, maybe you don't realize it. But there's things happen to you when you do that. And I kind of feel bad for people that just let AI do it all, because they're missing out on that transformation. And I want to... This is a topic I'll put on the shelf for now, because there's a lot I could say, but that's something I'd like to talk about in a video too, because I've transformed a lot since I started this game. And I wouldn't change a thing about it. And I've become a very different kind of person than I thought, but it's really cool. And to explain why would take an hour. That'd be going a bit too outside the scope of the stream. But, you know, if any of you in chat that have like been through, you know, you tried making something, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like when you really commit and do something, you're not the same person at the end. And I think if you automate all of that and delegate that to something else, you miss out on being transformed. And I think that motivates me to want to keep working. knowing that, oh, if I get, that's why I did this model, is because I know that if I do it great, I'm already, even now, when I started this model versus now, my perspective on so many things is so different. Like, I can really appreciate this stuff now, and I couldn't before. Like, there's a beauty in it that I just didn't see. And there's like, I have like a lot more respect for the Arc System devs as well, and it's the techniques I had to learn to do this, and there's just something really beautiful about it, and it's like, I don't know why anyone would choose to skip that, you know? I mean, I know it's hard work and everything, but it's, the outcome is that you get like this life-changing experience. All right, I reckon that, what do you guys reckon of that falling? Actually, no, this leg needs to be moved. Because I'm fixating too much on this pose. I need to move on to another one soon. Okay, I'm liking that a bit more. Alright, we'll move on, because I'm gonna get too hung up on this pose. What else is on my list? That's the idle jump. Let me check, let me save and check my list. And let me just keyframe. Let me mark some keyframes. Some guy says, when you say you feel sorry for them, almost all the AI bros would despise me. They would see you as some snob. Well, okay then, if that's what you want to think. But, alright, if that, the fact that they even, see, that's a very defensive attitude, isn't it? That's kind of proving my point, is that it's almost like they don't even care enough to want that, is that if you tell them that, instead of actually listening, they'll say, oh, well, you're just gatekeeping or whatever the hell. And it's like, no, I'm just trying to encourage you to, like, grow yourself and, like, experience this, because that's really what that's the whole point. Is that it's an experience, and if they see me saying like, if you skip that I feel bad for you, if they see that as me like, what did you say? If they see it as being some snob, I don't know, man. It's just like what an attitude, right? Like, you're kind of missing the point. I know that's not what, I know you don't mean that, it's just you're saying hypothetically. But yeah, it makes me feel more sorry for them that that's how they see it. I feel like a lot of Jake says a lot of people who still making art haven't given up are the type of people who just like it. Well, yeah, I mean, why would you do it otherwise? That's kind of my attitude as well, is that, I don't know if you guys, I feel like you can all see it. Like, you can see the difference between someone that actually enjoyed making something versus someone that didn't. I know I can see the difference. It's a huge difference. That's why I skip anything. If I get that vibe that this person didn't really have their heart in it, I don't engage with it. I completely skip it. If I see some new game come out and it's just one of those, like, Battle Royale, whatever, but Battle Royale's kind of on the way out. There's got to be some new trend out by now. But if it's just one of those sorts of things, and it's just like the guys making it didn't really want it, but the shareholders really wanted it. Like, you can tell, like, you can just feel it when you play it. You can just feel that, like, oh, this is a product. This is wasting my time. That's kind of like, for me, I've developed a very zero tolerance for that. I used to kind of engage in that more when I was younger, but as I've gotten older, I just don't. If someone is not gonna, like, love and care about what they make and expect me to take it seriously, it's like, no, I'm not going to. So, but I don't know, I'm very particular, so that could just be me. But I don't know, I feel like anyone that has an eye can see a difference between, because you know what the difference is? Here's an example. The difference is when you see something that was loved, where someone actually suffered for it to make it a thing. The difference between a project like that and one that isn't is that the one that was treated like that someone cared about, that's the kind of thing you'll just have pop into your head in 20 years and going, oh my god, remember this thing? And you'll, like, look back on it very fondly and it'll have, like, a resurgence. and some of your other friends might remember it, and you'll start talking about it again, and it'll still get talked about like years later. And then the ones that weren't like that, probably not so much. They're probably gonna get lost in the sands of time. I think for me, that's the best example I can give of like observing that difference happen. Keo says, it's a product to be sold. You'll feel like a mark. I don't know. What's this quote from? I don't know what that really means, but I think it's kind of sort of what I'm saying. Shira says, I haven't seen the previous streams. Why do the normals look weird? The mirror modifier is why, and I haven't fixed it yet. But it's something, I fixed it once on a different character. I don't remember how I did it though. But don't worry about the normals. We can fix that later. They're fine on the one side. It's just for whatever reason the mirror modifier doesn't like normals. But I'll work out something. It's just not a terribly high priority right now. Anyway, speaking of high priority, I gotta move on to my next pose or I'm gonna go crazy. What's on my list? Let me see. I can tick off jump idle. I'll look at the grind pose, because I remember I started that, but it looks terrible. So we'll have a look. Grind, where are you? That's the grind fast. There's a grind slow, and I remember, yeah, the feet were not aligned, so we'll fix that up. Gotta remember to keep moving. Yeah, I could sit here and talk about AI or whatever. No, well, it's not really about AI. It's about art. I could talk about that for hours, but we got work to do. We got stuff to do. We gotta get them animations going. All right. So this is the slow grinding pose, and this does look kind of awkward now that I'm looking at it again after a few days. So let's fix this one up a little. This guy says, it reminds me of the Star Wars prequels. They were rather awkward, but Lucas was invested in them. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I know a lot of people clown on the prequels, but I love them, unironically. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you compare the Star Wars prequels with the sequels, and you can, like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, you can just tell. It's like, you can tell that George cared, and you can tell that the people that made the sequels, they cared about making money. They didn't care about the... Because here's the thing, if they cared as much as George did about what the meaning of Star Wars... Because George even said himself, I've watched a lot of interviews of George Lucas, if you couldn't tell, because I look up to George. And George says, Star Wars is not about spaceships, it's not about lightsabers, it's not about that, it's a space opera about family. He said it's not even like a sci-fi action. It's a space opera, and it's about a lot of things. But one of the things it's like the key thing it's about is sort of the father-son, the redeeming of the fall of the father and the redeeming by the son. Like that. For those who here's read Joseph Campbell's what's the name of the book? Joseph Campbell's I know the author. You know the hero something, the hero's journey? Let me try and remember the actual name of the book. Some of you might know it by the name of the book. I just remember the author. Why do I not remember? It might have been called like the Monomyth. I think that might have been the name of it. A Hero with a Thousand Faces. Sorry, that's right. Yeah. So Hero with a Thousand Faces. Who's read that? Because that's basically Star Wars. That's basically a lot of things. A lot of things that you have watched and that stuck with you was probably based on the idea that Joseph Campbell made popular, which is that every story is basically the same story. There's the opening, there's the status quo, there's the call to adventure, there's the supernatural aid, the trials, into the belly of the beast. I don't remember the last 4. Overcoming the final obstacle, return to normalcy, like that flow. That's Star Wars, it's Harry Potter, it's Hunger Games, it's the same structure. And the point is that it isn't the same. Like, the reason why a lot of stories, even genuine stories like Star Wars and stuff, the reason why they choose that isn't to copy each other. It's because it's an innately human story. Humans like that story. Humans really believe in that story so much that they base kind of every story, like most stories are based on it, because it's basically life. It's like an allegory for life. Like I'd imagine a lot of you probably see your own life like that, as having those phases. You have the start of the journey into the belly of the beast and out, and you come out changed at the end. That's basically what life is. And that's why that's such a popular structure. And you can tell the difference between a story that means it, like they have that Joseph Campbell monomyth and they mean it, versus one that had read the monomyth and went, oh, well, Star Wars did this story, so we'll do it. But they don't have that heart in it, you know? And I think that's where the prequels are a great example, because it's the same IP, same story structure, because they're just not even copying Joseph Campbell. The first Star Wars sequel, what was it? The Force Awakens, was literally point for point A New Hope. Just, it's the exact same story. But there's a reason why A New Hope is A New Hope and A Force Awakens is The Force Awakens. And it's not because Finn says funny lines. That's a superficial, that's part of it. Maybe it's a bit of it. But it's also like, there's the authenticity of it. You can tell that Lucas meant what he said. And when I say said, I don't mean he literally said. I mean, by telling that story, he is saying something. That's why he believed in it so much. And that's why he's George. That's why he's George Lucas and no one else is. And anyone you look at that you look up to in life, at least for me, for the people I look up to, they all have that in common, where they whatever they're doing, they have like their heart in it fully, and they mean it like 100% with sincerity. And I think I said something a little earlier that I didn't get into too much with YouTube, because a lot of the reason I experience this is just by being on YouTube, because YouTube, the landscape on YouTube is the same. You'll have people that, you know, really mean what they say, and then there's people that are just kind of imitating. And I'm starting to notice a bit of a change. I'm seeing more channels come up now of people that aren't as Mr. Beastie, you know what I mean? They're a bit more sincere, and that gives me some hope, because they're not trying, they're just kind of saying stuff, and it's working for those people. Like, I've seen like a lot of smaller channels actually showing up, people with like 100 subs or something, and they just like talk about something they really like, and then that video kind of will blow up. And it's happening more often now, without them having to resort to, like, you know, the influencer tactics and stuff. And it's like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. I like that it's going that way. And I can kind of feel that things are changing. And I think I don't know, this probably has to do with like ironic culture, ironic humor, cringe culture type stuff. I think that's starting to change. I think people are less afraid of being sincere now, but it's kind of ironic that that's happening at the same time that AI is coming about, where it's like easier than ever to be insincere. Anyway, sorry, this is getting real philosophical. I didn't mean for it to. I've had a lot of that on my mind, let's just say. Typist Kid, you know what I'm talking about. See, he knows. If you've been paying attention to the algorithm, you're starting to see it. I think one channel I came across that really embodies this well is this channel called, what's his name? Joe Talks About Movies, I think is the name of the channel. And man, I love his stuff. It's so good. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. It's like, I don't know, I feel like, see, he kind of strikes me as interesting because he acts like a really big YouTuber, but he's got like 20 think it's like 20k subs. Maybe he's got a main channel or something. That would explain it. But it's like, you can tell he really cares about what he's doing. And I think that's so cool. I don't even really watch indie movies at all, but I just think it's really awesome. Because yeah, he's like an indie filmmaker, I think. And he just, like, I don't watch him a lot, but every so often I'll see a video of his come up, and it's about, you know, he just talks about some movie he really liked, or about something he did that he enjoyed. And I'm just like, man, that's awesome. That's cool. You can't fake that. You can't AI generate a script like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it won't be the same. Yeah, interesting times we're living in for sure. Sometimes you have to wax philosophical and then be able to wax model. Yeah, wax on, wax off. Go in between, in and out. That's the way. Sozu says philosophize away. Well, I'll lighten up a little. Okay, we'll go a bit, because yeah, I could, man. That's one of the things that's kind of one of the things I love personally about being a creator, is that I get to like mean something when I say something. And yeah, that's why I feel kind of sorry for the tech bros, because they don't have anything to say, but they really want to say something because of clout. That's what I think it is. That's kind of the thing I don't like. It's that thing of, because I mean, think about it. The AI tech bro people. You notice how the trend, the pattern you'll see when they're doing the AI type stuff is that they always show it off. You don't ever hear of anyone doing AI prompt stuff and not talking about it and just keeping it to themselves. You never see that. It's always, they'll always like go, oh, check this out. And they'll like have like, they'll make a Twitter account for it and everything. Like you'll never run into someone and you'll ask, oh, what do you do for fun? And they'll be like, yeah, I make AI drawings, but I don't show them to anyone, and I don't ever talk about it. You'll never, like, I haven't met that person. Maybe they exist, but I think it's because I think for a lot of it, it's really more with clout, because it's actually a big shortcut to getting recognition. When you can pump out like a drawing every day that looks high quality, that's like a that's like a quick way to get validation. And I don't like how it's made that easier, because that's not, when you're at that stage, you're kind of missing the point as well. But that's kind of a whole other topic though, isn't it? That's something that's kind of not even to do with AI, actually. That's actually a huge problem I notice. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. What do you guys think of this? This is the when Gabi is not grinding at full speed. And now that I'm looking at it from the back, I gotta flatten that shoe, I think. That foot do be looking a bit awkward. Yeah, it looks worse. Hold on. Let me go back a bit. Ado says, I like how half the tech bros are just trying to convince other people they're being creative. Well, see, that's my point, right? Is that why do they want to convince people that they're creative? I know why. Can you guess? Why do they care about convincing other people that they're creative? Why do they care that other people see them like that? I know the answer. Can you figure it out? It's one word, starts with the letter V. Actually, there's two right answers. One of them starts with the letter V, the other one starts with the letter C. I want to see if you guys can guess the reason. Sozu, you are cheeky. I see you going back and forth between my chat rooms, buddy. You're going from Twitch to YouTube. You're trying to throw me off. Unless it's two different people with the same username, then that's going to throw me off even more. Sozu says, all I want is to train an AI off my own work so I can get things out more. Actually, that's interesting. Releasing consistently, that's important too. But you're gonna pay for that. If you shortcut it, you will pay somehow. There is a price. But if you value consistency more, then that's a way to do it for sure. maybe there is a way to draw more quickly, manually, and be consistent. See, that's what I would think to try out if it were me. But I know that it's, you know, it could be time. It depends on the kind of art you're doing, I suppose. Kia, those two words were not the those were not the words I was guessing at all. Mongo says, because they're super creative. Oh yeah, guys, for sure. There we go. Okay, so yeah, you got it. Validation. That's right. That's right, guys. You figured it out. You've cracked the code. Okay, real talk now. I'm going crazy looking at this pose. I need some input. I know I don't ask chat to solve my problems very often, but I'm asking for your input now. What do we reckon? What do we reckon of this? What do we reckon? Oh, actually I can see some issues now, actually, now that I'm looking at it. She needs to lean back a bit more. Her torso's a little too bent. Is there anything else I'm not seeing? Chat, say nothing. No, don't listen to close to it. No, shut up. Chat, say something. Head might go up. Yeah, I'm thinking too. Yeah, the chest does look compressed. Yeah, it does seem a bit forward, eh? Cool. All right, let's get cooking. Speaking of, I'm trying to figure out where to segue this in, because I have a topic for you guys that I really want to talk about, but I don't have anyone, I don't know anyone that will like care about this. Because for those who were here last week, you remember we were looking at a show called Lazy Town for animation reference. And for those who don't know Lazy Town, you are lying. You do know Lazy Town. That's where the We Are Number One meme comes from. That's correct. There are more characters in that show than Robbie Rotten. There is actually an entire TV series and more characters. And I've been looking at the hero Sporticus for animation reference because he is acrobatic as hell. And I thought, that's cool. I want to have Gabi be acrobatic too. So I've been looking at his Sporticus's moves, and I stumbled into a bit of a rabbit hole. Lazy Town is interesting, but this kind of goes in a little bit to what we're talking about here with passion and with, you know, sincerity and that kind of thing. And I'm glad I looked into this again because I have a completely new perspective on Lazy Town. I don't know if anyone actually, who here actually remembers that show? I don't know if this is something that, I don't know, is this the generation of people I think it is? You would have grown up with it, probably. Unless you're like Gen Alpha. In that case, you won't know what I'm talking about. Jake? Yeah, Jake. Lazy Town is a vibe. It is a huge vibe. Yeah, Shiva, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, see, okay, cool, you guys know it. That's awesome. Yeah, so you guys know it. All I've ever seen of Lazy Town is Let's Bake a Cake, and it's scarred me forever. Well, interesting story. I'm actually, as we talk, I'm actually listening to Lazy Town right now, and I'm what song did you do? Let's Bake a Cake. That's the one I'm listening to right now, and it's actually been on repeat for the last hour. So I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm gonna skip ahead to one of the other songs. But the music is freaking cool. I love the music. But it's more than just that, okay? I started looking into the guy that made the show. You know that the guy who plays Sporticus is the guy that made the show? Like, he's the showrunner, he's the director, he's the CEO of the company, Lazy Town. It's the guy that plays Sporticus. It's actually his show. Isn't that cool? I started looking more into that guy. His real name is Magnus Sheving. And he's actually he's a real life... See, I've seen the word gymnast and aerobics, and I think what he does is a bit more than aerobics. But he was actually like a global aerobics champion in Iceland before doing Lazy Town. So him doing all the flips on the show, that's real. Like, that's him doing it. It isn't a stuntman. Although in later seasons, due to a contract dispute with Nickelodeon, they had to bring in stuntmen because he pulled a muscle. while he was, I think he pulled like a hamstring or something doing one thing, and then Nickelodeon said, "That's it, you're having stuntmen." And Magnus was like, "No, I want to keep doing flips." And they're like, "No, if you don't get stuntmen, we are canceling the show." And he's like, "Okay." So they brought in stuntmen for the last 2 seasons, but for the first 2, he was doing all of that was him, and it's so cool because and then I started looking more into like the guy, Magnus Scheving. So I look back at his old aerobics routine from like the 90s for animation reference for research, and it's impressive. It is so cool. It is so cool. And then I started finding like TED Talks from him, or TEDx Talks, I should say, and other interviews and stuff. And my God, there is way more to him than Sportacus. I mean, Sportacus is a big part of who he is. But the thing that's kind of cool is that he sort of is Sportacus. Like he has, in real life, he has that same kind of energy to him and that enthusiasm. And he actually like believes in what he's saying. And he's so cool. Like that's all I could keep thinking was like, man, this guy's so cool. Cause he had to run his, like that whole brand. He was like, he had to run. He had to like start up his own company. He had to sign with Nickelodeon and all that. And before Lazy Town, for 20 years, he was doing Lazy Town like on as a stage play in Iceland before it got picked up and turned into a show. So he was on the grind for years before anyone had heard of it in the States. Yeah, Lazy Town has a company. It's called what is it called? Lazy Town. Well, the company is called Lazy Town, but I don't know what kind of company it is. Let me search up. Well, this is the show. Does it have like the company here? Because this is like the wiki for the TV show. But the company is called Lazy Town. So they started out... Oh, here we go. Because it's got an Icelandic name. So this translates to Lazy Town in Icelandic. Lazy Town Entertainment. That's the name of the company in English. So he has sold the company in 2014. I'm curious why. I have a guess why, but he probably can't say why. But after the Lazy Town finished, he resigned, he gave off the CEO position to someone else and sold it. But before that point, he was like Sportacus by day, superhero by day, CEO by night. And being CEO is probably a lot of work, I'd imagine. But yeah, they had these live shows. This is old. This is what Sportacus looked like in the 90s in the stage play. So that's pretty cool. And they had the guy, Stefan Stefalson, was in this. That's where he made his first appearance on stage as Robbie Rotten. Actually, Robbie Rotten wasn't there until the second. They made a sequel. The original play didn't have Robbie Rotten in it. It wasn't until the sequel. Anyway, the point I want to get to with Lazy Town, because I have a point. I have something I want to say with that. Even though there's a lot of lore and history. But the guy, Magnus, he has a very interesting attitude about entertainment, because he gave some talk, and I was watching like the playback of it, and he says his mission is to move kids and move the world. And his philosophy is basically like, you can't tell kids what to do. That's cringe. You can't do that. They're not going to listen to you. You got to motivate them to want to do it. And that's why he made Lazy Town, so that kids would want to get healthier, because he saw a crisis in his country where obesity was going up. And he's like, man, I don't want this to happen. And I think he also said that if it was something like really long term, where he's like, if we don't address this problem, healthcare is going to go bankrupt or something like that. Like it'll completely tip out of balance the healthcare system. That was like another concern he had. So he's like, well, how do you solve this problem? And his solution was, well, you got to start young. Like, changing adults' behavior is very difficult. You got to start early. You got to ingrain these habits early. So he made a kids show. And the way he talks to kids is so interesting, because he doesn't do that in like a boring, cringe, authoritative way. I mean, you guys know, if you've seen the show, you know what I'm talking about. Like, he's fun. You want to be like Sportacus. You want to look up to him. And he knew that. That was all deliberate, where he's like, you can't just tell kids to eat 5 apples because they're not going to do it because it's not fun. You have to make it fun for them, and they need a role model. So he went and did that, and I just thought that was so cool. Like, I thought it was really admirable and really awesome. And then even because he's like almost 60 now, and he's still fit, and he can still do all those moves mostly, which is incredible. So he's like a living example of his vision of like people being healthier. And I just thought that was so cool. I just thought that was awesome. And the reason it works, the reason why people still talk about LazyTown, even though the first air date was literally 20 years ago as of this year, and the reason people still talk about it is because he like meant it. He sincerely meant the message of LazyTown when he made it. He really believed in what he was doing. I think that's why people still talk about it and people care about it still. Like me, like you think if it wasn't well made, if Magnus didn't care about it, I wouldn't have remembered the show. I would have watched it as a kid and I would not have remembered it. But because he put in so much work, and I believe it cost like, the budget per episode was like $1 million. So it was like the most expensive kids show on air at the time. Because it's actually, the production value is exquisite. Because they have puppetry, they have CG, they have live actors, and the sound of, like, the editing is insane. I went and rewatched the first episode because they have them on YouTube. Because I thought it was so funny that every time he does a flip, there's like a sound effect. But someone has to sit there and edit that and put that all in. That's like, wow. And he actually has a reason why he does it. He's like, well, kids, they love sounds. So we're going to have sound effects in the show. And he's like, when you see kids, they're always making sounds when they tell stories. So we're going to have sounds because kids love sound. And I'm like, man, that is just so brilliant. Like, what a cool idea. So, yeah. And I mean, that, like, I couldn't help but smile, like, watching, like, the scene where they show Sportacus come in, and he's, like, flipping around. It's just like, man, this is just so cool. It's just so cool. Because that's the thing as well, is that he isn't really a superhero. He doesn't have superpowers. He's just really fit, which anyone with enough practice could do. Like, because that's real, and that he, like, shows that, because he actually is the guy doing all the flips and everything. So I love that he creates this attainable vision, an example, because he's not faking it. He's like 100% sincere, honest, you know. And he doesn't call himself a superhero. I think in the first episode someone calls him a superhero and he's like, no, I'm a slightly above average hero. And it's like, man, that's true. It's true. Anyway, that's my little ramble about LazyTown. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, you should watch it. It's great. It's got great music, great production, great message. It's just great. And it's got Robbie Rotten, and he's great. Man, like, seeing his first appearance, he has a scene where he's eating cake. And he's so into it. It's just so cool. Like, I know he's the bad guy, and he's there with a big slice of cake, and he's like eating it. But you could tell that he was so into it. He loves it. And it's just like, oh man, I love it. It's so good. It's just awesome. Anyway, that probably sounds kind of crazy. Probably sounds a bit weird, but I like it. I think it's awesome. Just because, like, it isn't like fake. It isn't trying to sell you stuff. It's like real, sincere, genuine. A guy just trying to get kids fit, you know. And even because in one of his talks he gave, he's talking about business. This was like at an entrepreneur convention or something, because he is an entrepreneur technically, which is kind of incredible. And he has a very interesting idea of profit. And he was talking about, what is profitable business? People think it's money in the pocket. And he's like, no, that is not profit. And he says it in his Icelandic accent. And he's like, profit is the impact you leave. And he was talking about how, because I don't know how profitable LazyTown was, probably a bit, considering Nickelodeon was funding it. But I think he was saying, like, the thing that made him the most proud, he said, with LazyTown Entertainment, he's like, we increased sales of fruit and vegetables in Iceland by 20%. And that's like, everyone wins in that case. So it wasn't necessarily that he was making stuff for himself, it's that it was helping other industries at the same time that he valued. And I was like, God damn, that is just so cool. Anyway, that's my take on Sporticus. I think he's cool. Yeah, and Stinky Boy says the backgrounds were done in Unreal. Yes, they were done in Unreal Engine 3, and they were actually live composited into the background because they have a big green screen. Because again, this is a very expensive studio. This was 2004. They had one of the world's biggest green screens at the time to have the backgrounds, and they developed technology to live composite a UE3 real-time background. So when you'd move the camera, the background would adjust in the camera viewport. And they only had one camera as well, which is also incredible because it looks like a dual cam show, but they just have the one camera. So that's a lot of shooting that they would have had to have done. But like the effort though is like, because that's the thing is that the puppets, I know not everyone's a fan of the puppets, but I love them. And the character design and the, like that's a lot of work. Like that's a lot of effort that they put in to that. And I think it shows because here I am talking about it 20 years later. And I think he says something else about that too. He's like, when you're talking about this is what Magnus says. He says, you can't cheap out on kids because they can tell as well. And I thought that, man, that's so interesting. Like kids can tell whether, well, at least there's, I don't know how they tell, but I think I would agree with him. But he says that, you know, kids can tell when there's like, you know, effort put into something. And he's like, you can't cheap out. And I mean, now that I think about it, there was a lot of little details that I remember about the show that I really loved as a kid. Like the fact that he has an airship. You know how expensive that would have been to model that and design it and animate it? That they didn't have to do, but they did anyway. And they gave it a fully like futuristic inside and stuff. I thought that was really cool as a kid. I was like, damn, I wouldn't believe in that. That's awesome. And then, you know, all the sound effects and the music. Like, to make it memorable, I think that's probably what he means. It's a lot of effort. And I don't know, I have like a newfound respect for him. Because I had never looked into the guy before this point. I'd like kind of remembered it vaguely. But then when I started looking into it last week, I was like, oh my god, this is actually like so cool. Like, oh my god. Anyway, what do we reckon of this? I've like tried to shift her center of gravity a bit now. What do we reckon? What do we reckon? Is her back too straight? What do we think? I think maybe I can move her hand lower. The actor of Robbie isn't around. Yeah, no, he passed away from cancer, I think. Her back looks stiff. Maybe if I tuck this in a bit. How's that? Is that better? Oh, it's her shoulder. It's not her back, it's her shoulder. Her shoulder's coming up too much. I think I know what you mean. How's that? Now, instead of being like that, it's more like flat. Jake says that works. Thanks. Her butt might need to be further back. Oh, maybe. Well, I've moved it forward a bit to help curve the back a little. Joshua says that's part of the reason I was obsessed with Bruce Lee. I'm not familiar with Bruce Lee, but I vaguely have an image in my head when you say it. Because he was like a martial arts guy, right? Like that's a lot of work too, to do that kind of thing. Some guy says, back when I was a little kid, I looked at Sporticus as a TV character trying to course into being healthy. Well, I don't know. It's worked for a lot of people. Because I reckon, at least, I'm not the most active guy in the world, but I'm sure like other kids out there were like dancing along with Sporticus, because they'd always have like a musical at the end. Jared says Lazy Town is top tier, indeed. Gaming Oxy says he grew up watching it. Hell yeah. Oh, thanks so much, Show Esther, for the $5. Move Gabby's whiskers to look like Sporticus's mustache. Oh my god, maybe that could be like a skin. Actually, how would that work? I don't know if because their whiskers are attached to her cheek. So maybe we make a bonus skin where I just changed the model so that her whiskers are like the mustache. A whisk stash. Thank you for that suggestion. And thanks for the $5. I appreciate that. I feel like her chest would be slightly twisted towards the front. Oh yeah, maybe. Let's give that a shot. Ooh, I'll have to pick a different axis. But I think where Lazy Town stands out, you watch an episode of Lazy Town and then go watch Coco Melon. And that is why I am terrified of the future. I'm terrified for kids' entertainment for that reason. Something about the shoulders still looks a bit off. Do you want skins to be part of the game? Well, if I get time to, I'd like them, but I probably won't go too overboard with skins. I'm not going to go Overwatch level. That's going to be a bit too hard. But maybe some recolors. Yeah, something, it's like the shoulder does, excuse me. Maybe I gotta do a bit like that. It says you really tell the difference between 2000s kids entertainment and 2020s. Well, yeah. My game theory to tie all this together, to tie the AI stuff, to tie Lazy Town, to tie it together, I think it comes down to sincerity. That's my game theory. I feel like a lot of the media I remember growing up with was, maybe not all of it, but Lazy Town anyway. I think it was very sincere. Whereas whatever people watch now, Skibidi Toilet, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's just a theory, a game theory. Would be interesting to see the older model of skins. Well, I mean, of course, we will have to. It is mandatory. We must have the older models as skins. I'm wondering if maybe the hands, instead of being straight out like that, maybe I should move one forward and one back. Like have this arm go forward and the other one go back a little bit. Just an idea. Typist grew up with SpongeBob. Hell yeah. SpongeBob, I love SpongeBob. He's cool. The world is never getting a man like Stefan Carl. No, we are not. I think she should T-pose when grinding on rails. Well, we've already got the T-pose, okay? We've done the T-pose. That's ticked off. We can put that anywhere. Balance correct? Cool. Maybe this is fine. We'll look at the other grind one as well while we're here. Because this is the, oh, wait. Oh, I had two keyframes here. Wait, what was I edit? Oh, yeah, okay. I don't want this one then. There we go. So let's switch to the grind fast. So that's keyframed in. So the fast, I remember this, yeah, that she was leaning way too forward. I remember we tried this out in the engine and it just was not right. So we got to move her. Yeah, that's better. I think maybe that's all we need to do for this one. So this is when she's like grinding more quickly. Like when she's going momentum fast, she like really leans into it. And you know what? Because I've got my tweak bone set up, let's get some hair action going on this pose. So let's use this rig. Let's put this into action. So I'm going to turn off all the other stuff and we'll just focus on her hair because it's got to bristle and sway and look like she's moving. So I'm going to take her hair, we gonna style it. We're gonna style it like this, you see. She gonna go fast. Whee. I'm trying to remember other shows that I stuck out to me as like having, like really shaping my identity growing up. Oh, I want to say Bakugan, but I haven't watched that in so long. And I'm trying to think of another reason besides its art style why it stuck in my head. Well, I remember it was like a very competitive, like the main character was like a very competitive guy. And he really cared about Bakugan. He was really passionate. Like, what's the guy? Dan Kuso. He really cared about Bakugan. He's like, I'm gonna be the best Bakugan brawler in the world. And he meant it. He was sincerely gonna be the best Bakuganer of all time. The best battle brawler. I guess Pokemon is probably the similar, because I know that the Pokemon people tend to compete in like the tournaments and stuff. So that probably had some cool values in it. Ed and Eddie. That sounds familiar. I don't have an image that comes to mind. Ed and Eddie. Oh, I didn't watch this one, but I have seen it around. Oh, Ben 10. Yeah, Ben 10 was cool. I gotta find... Actually, I know exactly where to find them. Because I'm finding a lot of really cheap used DVDs now. The used DVD market is insane. Prices are insanely low and you're finding great stuff. So I'm gonna try and hunt for the Ben 10 series. Because I feel like I should rewatch that. Because I remember binging, when I was like 10 years old, I remember binging the entire show on Nickelodeon. I was staying at we were on like a family trip, and at the hotel we were staying at, they had like Foxtel or something, and we didn't have that kind of thing at home. So I was like, oh my god, I could just watch Ben 10 for like an hour straight. So I did. And so it was like one of the best Saturdays of my life. But I don't remember like anything about the story, but I just remember it was like, oh, it was just cool. Don't remember why, but I just remember liking it. Adventure Time was Hey There's favorite. I didn't watch that one. When did Adventure Time? When did that start? I feel like that came a bit after. I want to say 2015. That's my guess. Let me look it up. Oh, 2010. Okay, I was 5 years off. The original, oh yeah, the original Ben 10, of course. Oh, Code Geass. I did not watch that until a few years ago. I really wish I'd watched it earlier, because that is a banger too. Jake28 says, I agree with Chilo. How do I pronounce that name? Cho Esther. There are a few good shows on Netflix that are cartoons and probably appropriate for young kids, even if they aren't really targeted towards them. Well, I know this didn't come from Netflix, but I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix. But the show comes to mind in that category would be Avatar, because I missed out on that one growing up, but I went and watched it when I was like. It was like right after, like during the pandemic. I found like a Blu-ray set of it pre-owned for like $10, and I watched it and I was like, oh my god, how did I not like I'd heard of it, but I hadn't really. I think it was because it was on like Cartoon Network or something, and I didn't have Cartoon Network growing up. I had like whatever was on public, like ABC Kids or whatever. So I probably missed out on a lot of shows, but Avatar is such a great example of the kind of thing I value in that kind of stuff, because Avatar is actually a really complex show. Like, not James Cameron Avatar, but the Last Airbender. Like, there's some heavy stuff in that show, but it deals with it Like, it's a kid-friendly show at the same time, but it isn't like a patronizing kids show. Like, it doesn't treat you like an idiot. Like, there's actually quite a bit, because it's got, like, war going on. It's got government censorship. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. It's got, what else? It's the full package, man. It's got a lot. And I thought it was, like, I respect it a lot. I was like, man, this is really cool. It's like I would say that is, next to Lazy Town, my favorite show. Besides Lazy Town and Better Call Saul. I guess as an Aussie, I gotta ask about Bluey. I have never heard of that. What is Bluey? See, Bluey... This is, according to my research, my market research, it says 2018, so that's probably why. Because I stopped watching TV when I was, like 2008. It's like 10 years before that. So, yeah, this is a bit after my time, Bluey. And they followed it up with Korra. Yeah, they did. They did. They did. Yeah, I wasn't a bigger fan of Korra. There were things I liked. I liked some things. I kind of liked every character besides Korra. If I'm gonna be real, I liked every character in that show except Korra. I didn't like her so much. But I miss Aang and Sokka and Toph and Katara. The entire cast of the original. I don't have a favorite. They were all great. Okay. Does that look windswept enough? No, it doesn't. We gotta get her ear. Gotta get some sway. So I got bones for her ear too. Would you believe? But yeah, I remember I might have said this on stream a while back. I remember we've talked about kids TV a few times. But I think if I was a dad, which don't know if that'll happen, because being a dad is expensive. But if I was a dad, here's my game plan. I'm gonna basically I'm gonna do what Agent Smith did, and I'm gonna build a simulation of 1999 for my kids. And I'm basically going to run a fake TV channel locally on the network of just shows that were actually good and not give them internet access, so that when I turn on the TV, and it's not going to be a modern TV, I'm going to purposefully find a really cheap LCD or CRT, because this is 1999, of course, and I'm going to tell them that that's what TV is, and I'm not going to tell them that it's just me running it. So I'm going to find all this archive footage from like old TV channels, like JetX or something. I'm going to have all the in-betweens and everything. You know how they have the hosts? You remember when that was a thing, when people used to have like hosts for TV shows? I'm gonna find recordings of all that stuff, and I'm just gonna play it on a reel 24/7 on my local network. And I'm just gonna tell them that this is TV, and I'm not gonna tell them that the internet exists. And I'm just gonna let them believe that that is what it is, and that the only shows that exist are Avatar and Lazy Town and Ben 10, so that they're only around the absolute best of the planet, and they'll never encounter I don't know. I'm trying to think of I don't watch enough kids programming to know what's current, so I don't know. Whatever's there now, get it off, get it out of there. We'll just build like a simulacrum of 1999 and raise them in that, because Agent Smith said, after all, that was the prime of society. And you know why? Because we had SpongeBob and Ben 10. Well, Ben 10 was probably a bit after 99, but we had SpongeBob, so that's probably the sole reason why that was the prime of humanity. But hey, that's just a theory, a game theory. All right, check that out, guys. Whee! Is that? No, it looks a little awkward. We're gonna bend that a little further back. Looks a little strained. There we go. So that's all those little bones I set up on that rigging stream a while back. This is what it lets me do, guys. It lets me do this. I do need to make... Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to make bones for this tuft of hair. We'll get to that another time. I can do that later. But eventually I'll get around to that. So that's going to be the grinding fast pose. And I guess we might as well try and animate some of that. With it. Well, I'll just do the hair for now. But we'll try and animate some sway. Just to practice, because I'm probably going to need to practice it a little. But... I think what I'm going to need to do... Because I haven't animated these bones yet. I've posed them, but I don't actually know what it's like to animate these yet. So I feel like I should probably get some practice and start moving these around to see how they actually look in motion for the hair. So I don't know how well this will look. I'm starting... There might be a bit of a... I don't know. I don't know how this will look when animated, so we'll see. Gabi would hear like a broken earphone. Yeah, she would. It's tragic. She can only listen to Beatles songs. Yeah, so no, we don't have bones through that little curl there yet. Well, someday though. I'll get to that. We can probably do that near the end. Because I'm not gonna do a lot with that. So if I alternate between these two frames, whoa, that's a bit fast. Let's slow that down. Let's space these out a bit. Let's slow that down a little bit. It's a bit fast. That's a bit too slow now. Okay, I can work with that. All right. It doesn't look as good as I was hoping. I think it's because it's moving the entire... yeah, this might be a... Maybe I shouldn't have done the IKs like this. The problem is that the entire hair strand moves, and I only really want the tips to move, so I'll have to compensate with these bones. Yeah, see, this is a bit nicer, because the further up to the scalp, the less movement I want. Very windy? Thank you. Maybe the expression? Oh, her facial expression? Well, maybe. I don't want to do full... Oh, maybe I just want to get the hair first, then we'll look at the face. But the hair... This has to all come down a bit. Because, yeah, you don't want the entire strand of hair to move. It'll look too weird. It's just the ends... The rest of the shape broadly have to kind of pull back, but the ends is where most of the movement should happen. It's a little too much. Maybe I need to move it a little less. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. There is a extra keyframe where there shouldn't be. All right. Yeah, because sometimes I put keyframes on the wrong... Yeah, see, what happened there? Ah, it's going... Okay, that's correct. I'll put that on frame 0. Okay, that's a lot of... Let's turn off some of that. That's a lot of bones. Mongo, I don't know what a sinusoidal wave is, but the ends should flutter indeed. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm picturing. I'm picturing the ends having a bit more movement to them than the rest. So if that's what a sinusoidal wave is, then what he said, yeah. But yeah, maybe, because I didn't think about that when rigging it. I was just like, I want to just move the strands easier. Maybe IK might not have been the way to go. But I think I could do it. I just gotta be patient. But yeah, I'll probably need some practice. I think the more I do it with the hair, the better I'll get. Because I did animate her hair a little on the old model, but it was terrible. The rig was not really good. So this will be like actually my first time doing it properly with like a good hair rig. See, it looks like it's contracting. It needs to look like it's flowing. So maybe I take this and bend it the other way a little. So it's like that rather than that. Yeah, you see how it's sort of twisting? Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. The man is cooking. See yeah. We're getting there now. We're getting there. But still, this is still way easier than the old model. So I'm happy. It's just this strand. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Now the sides do look a little stiff, and the front looks a little stiff. So we'll work on that. We'll get it. There we go. Actually, no, I don't like how that moves. It looks like it's scaling. Oh, what did I just do? There we go. So this should kind of be like that. Why is it removing? It's removing. Oh, maybe I didn't have a keyframe there in the beginning. Yeah, let's get you out. Let's keyframe, because some of those tweak bones aren't keyframed. Oh, come on, little guy. Come on. There we go. Right, to take a little break and hydrate. I will do. Oh damn, I'm out of coffee. Do I have water? I do. And as Sporticus would say, well, has Sporticus ever talked about water? I don't think so. I don't recall an occasion where he mentioned water, but Sporticus would want us to drink water. What would he call? Because I know he's got that name for fruit. He calls fruit sports candy because it sounds cooler. So what would he call water? What would Sporticus call water? And don't say Gatorade, okay? That's cheating. What would Sporticus call water? Sport juice. Yeah, actually, yeah. I can't top that. Sports juice. And then the water will come flying out of frame. Gaming Oxy says, until their friends at school are like, Ben 10, who dis? Wait, your kids at school don't know Ben 10? Bro. I'm so sorry. Some guy says, he just calls them electrolytes straight up. Electrolytes! That'd be a word to teach. That's a lot of syllables. See, Robbie Rotten needs more electrolytes. That's what Sporticus would say. does not drink enough electrolytes. Jake 28 says, I'd like some dihydrogen monoxide, please. Sporticus. Yeah. I mean, it's true. This is giving me sodium chloride energy. This would be like Jimmy Neutron asking for sodium chloride. Okay, that fringe needs to move as well. Where's her fringe? There it is. Maybe IK was a good idea. Maybe this will work. This might work out. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Okay, maybe it needs a little more movement. As Ninja would say, I'm not seeing enough movement. There we go. I know the timing's a bit weird. What if I do that? Yeah, there we go. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. That should do. Maybe I can come up with more improvements later, but I'm happy with that for now. So Sporticus would be getting all the water and Robbie Rotten would live off monster energy. I mean, I thought he did. Doesn't he? What does he live off? Although I will say, because I was rewatching the first episode of Lazy Town yesterday, and it is just so comically funny how much effort Robbie Rotten puts into having kids not exercise. Like, I don't know why, but it's just so funny. Like, literally one of his first lines, he's like eating his big cake, and he's like, huh, Lazy Town is the laziest town, and I love it. It's just, he's so into it. And then when he spots like Stephanie show up, he like completely loses it and goes, oh, what? No, we cannot go and play. And then he like, when the kids are all playing, he like walks up to them and like basically bribes them to go inside. I love it. It's so funny. He like goes in, he like shows up and he has like this big thing of candy. And he's like, I don't know what he said exactly, but it was just the expression. And because every time he moves his eyebrows, there's also a sound effect, it just makes it even funnier. And he's like, you can tell he's like really upset that the kids are like enjoying themselves. And he's like, and he gives them a video game. That's right, yeah. He gives like the kid, there's the kid that likes candy, and he gives him candy. And he's like, and this new video game came out. And he like hands a cartridge to one of the other characters, and then they all just go back inside. And then Stephanie's like, hey, that's mean. And he's like, oh, give up. We will be the laziest town of all. And it's like this, you know, this dude saying it who's like got a perfect form. Because he's really skinny, Robbie Rotten. He's very fit. So it's really funny coming from him, I think. I don't, it's probably on purpose. I just think the irony is really funny. Yeah, we're talking about Robbie Rotten now. Okay, keep up, Pick Static. But anyway, so we got the hair moving. The ear needs some movement. But yeah, I just love the performance. It's just so campy. I love it. It's yeah, you can just tell they're just having the time of their life. You can just tell. There we go. Yeah, that was windy now. All right, let's give her a facial expression. Well, actually, let me think, because I think I might do the face separate, because I can just immediately imagine we are sharing facial expressions between animations. So what I might do, I'll probably have something, I need to look, I don't know if this will work, but I want to do something with the face where I can control the facial expression independently of the pose. So I don't want to keyframe the face. We'll do that. I want to try a different way of doing that. I need to play around with that. So we'll leave the face alone, but the hair... Oh yeah, the whiskers. I gotta remember the whiskers. They should bend a little. They should have a bit of bend to them. And we just take that... Oh, no. Not you. Yes. So we just take you and bend you back a bit, and then get rid of your interpolation. Okay, it's a little much. That's a bit too much. Just a little bend. Yeah, there we go. Except it's only doing it on one side. That is peculiar. That is odd. That is odd. That is peculiar. Maybe if I take you and copy this and then go to the other side. Why is that not mirroring? That is a little worrying. I'm a little worried. Okay, now we got it. We got it. Yeah. All right. What's next on the list? Because the whole body will also move at some point, but that will be, I'll do that in another pass. Because the thing is with these hair ones, with the face swaying, because I literally just need those two keyframes. I'm just going to copy paste them for as long as the animation goes, because they're just going to be on a loop. But the rest of the body is going to have a bit more to it. But I need to look at another animation, because I'm a little tired of looking at this one. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to. I don't want the FKs on. Just want to make sure that's all keyframed. Cool. IK, tweak, FK, yeah, okay. I just want to like make sure, I like having a certain of these on. Like I want to leave the face off and stuff for this next one. Let's check my list. So that, I reckon the grinding pose looks blocking, just blocking. I think it looks all right. So I'm gonna tick off grind idle and grind moving. What else have I not done yet? There's then grind jump. I haven't actually done that one yet. Where you jump from a grind. I want her to do it like a flip or something. Then there's wall ride, which we'll leave that for the run. We'll do the run first before the wall run. Slide. Oh yeah, actually I should look at the slide because I remember it looked a bit off last time. Didn't look great. Slide. Where are you? Because I wanted to have a few different slides depending on the context. The hair is going to be on loop anyhow. Why not split it in its own animation? I guess we could, yeah. I just have to figure out how to do... Because like, you'd essentially have two overlapping animations, and I don't know how to do that in Blender or Unreal. But I know that there's probably a way to do it. But I'm just going to have those keyframes on that for the moment, just blocking, knowing what I need to do with it. And then we'll go over it again at a future point to do the rest. And I'm just looking at the slide now, and yeah. What we'll do, we'll make a secondary slide where she's sort of skidding not on her knees. A bit more like the old one, because that'll probably be a good idea to have in the arsenal. So I'll make a copy, call the slide loop 02. Pose library. I'll look into that. I'll look into that a bit later, because this is the first time I'm hearing of them, and if I try and use them for the first time, I'm probably going to mess it up. So I'll look into that off stream. Hi there, says Robbie Rotten is my computer. That is one hell of a computer, my friend. Alright. I have to use the bathroom. Because I wanted to go for 4 hours. I don't know how long have I been going? And I gotta use the bathroom. So I might take a quick break for a minute. And where does it show my uptime? No, I don't want my average duration. I want, how do I know how long I've been on? Oh, 2.5. So I've got another hour or so to go. So I'm gonna be back in a minute. We'll take a quick short break, and then we'll start working on a different slide pose of her kind of on her back, a bit more streamlined. That's what we're gonna do coming up on Project Feline Devstream. Don't go anywhere. I'm just trying to find where the add button is. Wherever that is. There is an ad break button on here somewhere. I know it's on here. I'll figure it out sometime. I'll be right back. Have you guys been behaving? Have you been behaving? What have you done? You've done something. Done something. You can't hide. I know you've been up to something. Who's Jake? Do we have a child in chat? Do we have a kid in here right now, guys? You better be a Lazy Town fan. I think the latest Blender has a layering animation feature. Well, as it would turn out, I am not using the latest Blender. And I feel like... I've been through this. I've done this bit before. Upgrading programs when you're middle of using them, it doesn't work for me very well a lot of the time. It usually breaks something. So I'm not gonna take that risk at the moment. Is the stream age? No, it's not age restricted. Why is it? Should it be? No, it isn't. No. This is a wholesome stream. We're just doing animation and talking about Sporticus. We love casting spells. Yeah, we indeed we do. Misbehave so hard. Well, don't misbehave too hard, okay? Because remember, you still gotta, you gotta be in good enough shape to drink your sports water and eat your sports candy. Unreal has that? Has what? Animation layers. Well, are we talking about UE5 or you? Because I'm not using the latest Unreal either. Blender usually doesn't break as a game engine would. Well, maybe not. I actually haven't had that bad a time with Blender. But for now, I'm just gonna... It's gonna completely compress the hell out of the stream bitrate if I try and update Blender right now. I think as animation layers, cool. Well, I'll tell you what, off stream I'll look into it and see if it's viable. Because I'm gonna have to familiarize myself with it before I rely on it as my sole plan. Gotta do a bit of R&D, you know what I'm saying? Bit of R&D, bit of research and dev. But for now, we need another slide pose. That's what we need. Just make sure that fake user is turned on for these so they don't vanish, because that happens sometimes. If you don't click this little shield, sometimes my animations vanish, and that's not so good. So I'm just making sure that it's all up to speed, up to standard, up to Polio standards, you know what I mean? All right. So in this slide pose, I'm gonna do something a bit similar to her old slide, because I remember someone suggested it'd be cool to have two different slides, and I thought, yeah, I think it would. So we're gonna have two. So this one, she's gonna be very close to the ground, and we're gonna have a, well, you'll see soon enough. Oh, I totally forgot to mention this, but I also did a bunch of improved weight paints on the torso. I totally forgot to mention this, but I was like, what else did I do this week? And I remember now. So these bones don't have the armor clip anymore. I have a bunch of these hidden tweak bones on the armor so that I can like, well, not on the armor, but on her whole torso. So I can scale and move, just make micro adjustments. And before last week, these were weighted not well, so the armor would clip into the skin a lot, but now it doesn't do that because I actually put in effort to weight paint these properly. So that was something else I forgot to mention that I got done. And yeah, so that's a cool little fun fact for yous. Let me just go back a little. Because yeah, I don't want to use those tweak bones yet. I'm gonna search up the Vanquish slide as reference again, because that has some similar poses which I think look cool. Okay, this is a bit hard to see, but this sort of pose, we're gonna do something like that. The boost slide. Does she have an idle animation? She will. We haven't started on that one yet, but she will have one. Although I will say, I've been very tempted to put like a Sporticus reference in for the idle, because let me show you something that's awesome, okay? Because remember how earlier, I know I keep bringing up Lazy Town, okay, but it's the skill needed to move like Sporticus is something to behold. And I was looking up, this was his aerobics routine. No, not this. There was an aerobics routine he had from 1993. So this was before the show. And this is like, because the guy, remember, the guy who plays Sporticus is like a real life gymnast. And this was his routine. And it's got, I would play the audio, but I might get striked. But the audio, so that's real life Sporticus. He's actually got blonde hair in real life. But yeah, look at that. He's got the one-handed push-ups and everything. And while he's doing all this, he's got like the sound effects playing as well, which is just so cool. So he's got like the cartoon swoosh sounds when he's doing all this. So the guy loves his sounds, man. What can I say? But I was thinking it'd be so funny. It would be so much work, but it would be so funny if like one of Gabi's idle animations was her doing like the one-handed push-up. Because he does this move all the time. Because I went and looked up, yeah, this. He does the down and then left to right and then back up and then the jump. This one's a little different. He does a bit more in this one. But when he's playing Sporticus and he's doing interviews, whenever he's asked to like show the aerobics, he does the exact same routine every time. And it's always push up, spin, one-handed push up to the side, back up, and then like the one leg and one arm. He always does it in that order, and I thought it'd be really funny if I like animated that. But that would be so like it's so much. That is a lot, but it is freaking cool. I'm just gonna say it is freaking cool. So I'll see if I can find the Sporticus version because it's a bit more streamlined. I think actually there was some YouTube video of a guy trying to mimic it. Yeah, it's this one. This is the one. It's a guy trying to mimic the routine. So you got the push-ups, the one leg. So imagine Gabi being idle, and then she just starts doing this routine. It'd be so funny. But there's so many keyframes though. Oh my god. And yeah, the one hand, the other hand, the side to side. I've like memorized it. I've watched this so much now. And then he does the spin. It's so freaking cool. Anyway, but that's a lot of work. That'd be a lot of work. Typist Kit says you can make it like a 0.1% chance. That would be so cool. That's the thing, is that these are all great ideas and it would be so cool, but that would take like a whole week, because that's like 30 seconds of animation right there. And animation, for those who've tried animating, animation's expensive. It can take a while. I'd love to though. I so would love to. If I had time, I would, but oh my god. That would take like a week of animating, and even then maybe 2 to really get it right, because there's so much going on. There's so much going on with that. Like, I'm only just watching it, but if you were to slow it down frame by frame, there's probably heaps of little details in there. And it's like, oh man, I'd love to, but it's just, I might not have the time. Yeah, the one-handed push-up would be cool. That's like my favorite bit. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't think I'll get time, because I do have a lot to do. But if I can squeeze it in, which is a big if, but if I get ahead of schedule on something else, I'll think about it. But that would be freaking cool. Sounds like something you put in the polish bin. Yeah, it would be a polish. I have a lot of tasks in that bin as it is. So, what about hiring people to animate stuff for you? Oh man, you need money to do that. To actually do it right. I could try and sheep out and find some guy on Fiverr, but well, I think some of you might have. I mentioned a few streams ago, maybe a month or so ago, that hiring people is not as easy as people make it sound. A lot can go wrong. A lot has gone wrong with me trying to hire people, so I don't want to... I'd rather not if I can. That's partly... Well, I don't know if this will be the next devlog, because this is actually turning into a bit of a big topic that I want to go into. But yeah, last year there was a lot of drama with contractors, and it was expensive, and a lot of work had to be thrown out, and it was hell. So one of the next videos I do is going to be about what happened, and it's, yeah, a lot of it is really just, you kind of get what you pay for. Like, if you want to actually hire someone competent, you need way more money than I have, let's just say. And it's like, well, oh well. But I might as well just do it at that point. But yeah, it's actually, I don't know, have you guys, there's actually a name for what I'm talking about. I'll see if anyone recognizes it. I'm just trying to remember the name. I think it's called Brooks Law. Let me just see if that's correct. Yeah, Brooks Law. Has anyone heard of Brooks Law? Anyone know what that is? If you know, then you'll know what I'm talking about. For those who don't know Brooks Law, because maybe some of you don't, I think, I'm trying to remember this description. So Brooks Law, it's like this, it's an observation, but it's a very accurate observation that I've seen happen. And it's the observation that the more people you add later into a project, the longer it takes. Which sounds a bit counterintuitive, because very often I'll see comments like this one everywhere online. Because I'm not the only guy doing a solo project, and I know some people, you know, they take their time. It takes a while to do a solo game. And I'll see some people say like, oh, well, why don't they just hire like a whole team? And then it'll just be done faster. And it's like, that's not really how that works. For that to work, you need exquisite management skills and money. And what a lot of game devs don't have is those. For me, I have lots of hard skills, but I don't have management training, and I just don't have the funding to do that. The other thing as well is, even if you do have management skills, there is an insurmountable amount of overhead that occurs when you expand a team. And a lot of people ignore this, and this is one of the many things I want to get into in one of these episodes. Because, yeah, one of the reasons why a lot of indie game projects fail is that they have too many people, and they are terrible at management. There is one indie game in particular I know of that started as a solo thing, and then they started hiring, well, not hiring, I don't know if it was like, it might have been like community done, or something like that, I don't remember exactly. But it grew to like 20 people. And the game schedule crawled to a complete halt, and everyone got really angry because it's like, oh, you said you would be working faster with more people. What happened? But what the guy didn't know, who started the project, was that you basically have to become a manager to hire people, and you basically don't get to actually do any work. You have to spend all your time managing the other people doing the work. And if you think you don't have to, you're so awfully naive at that point, because I've seen what happens when you don't. If you have like a very hands-off approach, it isn't going to work. That's what I've seen. Because there's, in Brooks Law, they describe this thing called ramp-up time. I think that's what it's called, where when you add someone on, for them to become useful takes a lot. It takes an upfront investment. You actually have to spend a lot of time before that person on the team actually contributes and doesn't take from the team, like training resources and stuff. That's why big companies like EA and whatever have dedicated people that do that stuff. They do the onboarding, the training, the everything. But if you're me and you don't have that, then you basically have to stop developing the game and become a manager. And this is what happened to this indie project I saw. And the guy, it's unfortunate because the specific guy running the project is really not that kind of guy. And I know I'm not that kind of guy either. I'm a very introverted type, very blunt. That kind of person does not make a good manager. And I know me. I know I wouldn't. So I'm not going to do it. Because I just know that I've seen what people that are better at it are like, and it is not me. They're the sort of people that are very, very nice and flowery. And I'm definitely not that. I could be that if I completely changed my personality, but that's not so easy either. So you kind of left with a few options then, where it's like, well, do you try and find someone to be a manager? Do you try and be the manager, or do you just not go down that road at all? And that's what I've chosen to do. I'm just not going to bother. But yeah, but it's interesting because yeah, I do see that suggestion so much of like, oh well. Mainly directed at AAA devs, which for them it's a bit more realistic because they probably do have a hiring manager and, you know, staff to train people and all that stuff. Like middle managers, those types of guys. As much as people hate middle managers, they kind of do. I think that the whole point of them is to handle that kind of thing. But yeah, it's kind of not practical advice for indie devs, I don't think. At least from my experience anyway. It didn't. Hire someone else to manage. Well, see, Sozi, that's where we get to the that's where this is. What is the name? I named it just before. Ramp up time, and there's another principle. There's something else about it as well that happens. There's a name for it in here somewhere. Not ramp up time, but there's something else. Combinatorial explosion. For those who don't know what this means, it's sort of it's the communication overhead. Because what a lot of people don't know that haven't tried hiring people is that when you hire, let's say I hire a manager and then hire just so that I can then hire a few other animators and stuff. I then have to communicate with that manager, and then that manager has to have communication channels with like every other person. And the amount of channels of communication exponentially goes up. And you know what that means? It means an exponential amount of things go wrong. And if you have money to burn and experience, and you can confidently say that you can have that not happen, then that's great. But I know that's not me. So that's why. But yeah, again, this is not like, I'm not saying no one should hire anyone. I'm just saying for me, knowing what I'm like and knowing my skills, I'm a fish out of water. And when I'm a fish out of water, things go wrong. So I'm not going to be a fish out of water. And that's kind of the advice I've seen work best, more really meta advice, is just to kind of don't go too far outside of nature. There's actually a quote that summarizes it very well. I'm trying to remember. It was like, don't do what nature doesn't favor you to do, or something like that. And it's not that you should take that literally, but I find it's a good guide. Like for me, I wasn't born knowing how to animate, but I have my natural way I am makes me more suited to learn it from scratch and everything than to try and get someone else to do it. You know what I mean? And yeah, I also believe, based on what happened last time I tried bringing people on, if you really want it done right, you gotta do it yourself. Can't rely on other people. That's what I found anyway. This shoulder has to come back more. And this body needs to be tilted a bit higher. But yeah, I'll have more details when I do the video, because I have there's a lot of backstory to that. A lot of mess. A lot of communication overhead and a lot of mess. Nebulosity says, it's like trying to realize your vision through a game of telephone. Yeah, you know what? It's true. Yeah, it is. And, you know, plenty of people before me have done it alone and have it work. And it's like, well, I mean, if they can do it, I can do it. I'm sure, obviously there's plenty you haven't, but I think if you pay attention, you know you kind of get a sense for which one you'll be. I've tried not too hard. I'm not on top of everything, but I've tried to study indie devs I've heard of that are also solo, and just sort of keep an eye on like what they do. And you pick up on stuff, you pick up on patterns. And I noticed that for a certain kind of person with a certain kind of temperament, that's the thing too, is that one thing I don't like with game dev YouTube and stuff is there'll be a lot of people that have the how to start game dev videos where it's usually some guy that actually hasn't made anything, and he's telling you, here's how you make games in 2024 or something. And you know, they'll have the generic download Unity and just make stuff, which, I mean, if it's to start, yeah, I guess that's good enough to start, but it's not good enough to finish. And where was I going with this? I was going somewhere with this. But yeah, a lot of the advice one thing I don't like is that a lot of the advice is not it's sort of presented as this will work for everyone, which I'm finding is not real. Because yeah, I when I was a bit younger, just before I was starting the project, I'd met a lot of game devs in my area, and I actually did way worse listening to their advice. When I started listening to my own advice and what I thought was the right thing, well, now you know who I am because of that. If I had listened to everyone who was telling me what to do, I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be making this game. I'd be working at like Aristocrat or on slot machine games if I followed what everyone else told me. It's not to say that that's wrong, but that's just not where I want to end up. And it's also like, not every game is the same. So when people say game dev, that really does depend on the game. When people say, oh, in game dev, you want to do this? Well, it's like, well, it's really just, if you're making this specific kind of game and you're this specific kind of person, then maybe that'll work. But I think the reason why I don't see this a lot of what I want to see, I'd rather see advice that's a bit more personal. And the reason why that's probably not the case is because that's harder to sell. You can't sell that in a course. It's easy to just tell everyone the same thing and repeat it ad nauseum, and then people believe it, because repetition is a tactic that I don't know, it's like a marketing tactic. When you repeat something, people just start believing it. And a lot of the stuff I see repeated hasn't worked for me. But yeah, it really comes down, the nuance, the more complicated thing is that it kind of really depends. Which I kind of wish I would see that more. I wish I would see more people say that it depends. But no, a lot of the time, if I'm asking for help on something, it's usually some dude who's like, oh no, it's like this, without considering the specific circumstances at all. Because it worked for that guy. And it's like, well, that's great, but not everyone's you. So, you know. So I guess when I look at that stuff, I just always take it with a huge grain of salt. But I'm finding doing what intuitively comes like to my gut, when I started doing that, everything kind of worked out better. And it goes against a lot of what I hear saying, like what I hear other people say. But I'm getting the outcomes I want, so it's like, all right, well, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do what I think. Actually, Mr. Project Feline, what you need is microtransactions. Oh yeah, man, no problem. Oh, yeah. Well, hey, you just by writing that, you have now demonstrated consumer demand. So I will have to do it now. I have to. I have no choice. Sozu says, I'm so used to people who have never been in game dev telling people who are just starting game dev what to do. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. I see that. Basically everyone I met before Feline was in that exact position. It's a bunch of people that like got through nepotism, got jobs teaching game dev, and then would tell you, yeah, you got to do. And then some of them, the thing is, the reason why people, like younger people, beginners, don't catch this stuff is that some of what they say is true, some of it. But when they mix it in with stuff that they don't really know, you can't really. If you're a beginner, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. Like there's this guy I met who introduced me, he like told me about Agile and Scrum. And that is not a bad thing to look at. Like it's good, but that guy had actually never done it. So he's not going to know like the nuances to it, but he's not completely wrong at the same time. It is a good methodology, but he doesn't even understand why. He's just parroting some video he watched. It's just sort of, and it's like he's right, but for the wrong reason type thing. And I met a lot of people like this. a lot, a horrifying amount of people like this. So that's why I don't really talk to game devs anymore. I just don't do it. I just stay in my area, in my lane. I don't really care. I'll keep an eye out for, like, if I see someone where I can see myself in them, I'll have a look. But if it's like that, I just ignore it because it's not going to help. If it's some dude, especially if they have a course, I never trust people with a course. Never. And even people with experience, like AAA experience, even that, I'll kind of go, well, does this really apply to me? Exactly. Like there is one good channel, what's his name? Tim something. He worked on Fallout. I don't remember his last name. But he worked on like the original Fallout. He worked at Obsidian. And he has some good videos, but I don't agree with everything he says all the time, because I'm not him. And, you know, I think a lot of it comes down to your personality. Like, what advice will work for people really depends on who they are. Like, this guy, Tim, I don't know his last name. I cannot remember his last name. But he's got good videos, and he's experienced, and he's like an industry veteran and everything. But his personality makeup is completely different to mine. So what might have worked for him in his situation is not necessarily going to work for me as a solo dev, because he was at a studio, so it's different. And, you know, the things that work there are not going to work in an indie environment or something. So it's, you kind of have to, you know, and I'm not saying I want to find some well of, some repository of advice for indies, because I don't think such a thing could exist. The part of the fun for me is figuring it out just on my own, figuring out what works, and that's really fun. Oh yeah, that's a great quote, Cybershell. Those who can do, those who can't teach. That is so true. Well, yeah, Pick Static, you're 100%. That's why I don't do tutorials, because I honestly don't have time. And like, it doesn't really benefit me to do them, because I have my own stuff to do. So it's like, why am I going to sit and make tutorials? I did know a lot of people that were into that sort of scene making tutorials, and none of them are doing anything noteworthy now. And yeah, that's so right. If someone is really, well, here's the thing. If someone is really that good, A, why would they be helping you? Because this is a competitive field. They're not going to help you. And B, they won't have time. They're going to be doing their own thing, unless they're retired. Maybe if they're retired, I'd make an exception. But if they're not retired, and they're trying to tell you, like, how to do something, and if they're selling you a course, it's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna ignore that. Because, yeah, think about it. Yeah, because there is a guy, I remember there was some guy I stumbled across who was basically like the galore, he had like courses galore on game dev. And he kept saying like, oh yeah, I'm a successful dev and everything. But it's like, well, if you really were, you wouldn't have to make courses. You know, if you were really that great, you wouldn't need to do that. Just saying. So I always am very skeptical of that. And yeah, I haven't taken any courses. Like I technically took some in-person courses a few years ago, but I learnt absolutely nothing. Like, it was literally people putting on YouTube videos. And videos I had already seen. And it's like, oh, well, this is a waste of time. So I've technically done courses, but I would not say they helped at all. And I know why. It's because the people doing them, they hadn't actually made anything. What a surprise. So yeah. Gotta watch. I remember someone last week was asking about that, actually. They were asking about courses, and I think I said something similar. You just gotta watch out. Unless there's some guy that's actually been in the trenches and done it, and he's like actually as successful as you want to be, and you can actually verify that, and he's not just putting on a facade, then that guy might be worth listening to. But I have not seen that in the wild. I don't know where you'd find them, but if they exist, hell yeah. But I have not seen it personally. Her back looks... She needs to... I'm just trying to, like, remember the pose. I think she needs to, like, come up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what she's gonna do with this hand. I think maybe it needs to come out a little bit, but not too much. And her hip, should her hips twist more? I think maybe a little bit. Yeah. And this, I don't know why I had this rotated sideways. This should actually be like this. Ecstatic says courses are good if you need a qualification desperately. I mean, yeah, if that's all you want. If you just want a qualification, yeah, you can get one. If that's all you want. Charles is at uni for 3D animation, but YouTube tutorials have been saving me. Oh man, I'm sorry. So that's the thing too, right? Is I haven't been to college, as you Americans call it. I haven't done it. I kind of had a suspicion that it wouldn't be worth it. The courses I did were not college level. But everyone I've ever met that's been to college for like animation or games has always told me it was a waste of time. Without fail. Every time. Actually, yeah, one friend I see quite often, he wasn't really doing game dev primarily, but he had to do it as an elective subject or something. And it was like embarrassing how it wasn't really, it's very artsy type stuff that has like, if you've been in the Australian university scene, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's like stuff that is really has nothing to do with the industry. It's more the politics of it, which, Jesus Christ. So yeah, I have a lot of secondhand stories like that, and I don't want to have those stories, but that's all I hear is just that, and it's like, damn, I really wish this wasn't true, but that's, yeah. Makes me happy I didn't do it, but I just feel so bad for the state of it. Charles says, Aussie, yeah, you're Australian. Yeah, you know what I'm, he knows. Yeah, I haven't been that impressed with a lot of Australian systems personally. Pixatic says it's really pathetic how bad games education is. I mean, it's not surprising, actually. Like, when I think about it, how could it be anything else? Because it's such a nascent young industry, and most of the guys, like the veteran dudes, are probably still playing the game. So it's like, yeah, like, how could it, like, it's too young, and also it's one of the most rapidly evolving industries in our time. Like, the technology changes so quickly. You can't really, at least I believe you can't teach it in a setting like that. Because I've worked in education. Like, I'm not talking complete nonsense. I've actually worked in education for a bit, and you can't actually teach anything because you have very rigid requirements of, like, you have to tick off specific units, and some of the units are complete. Oh, literally one unit I remember teaching was that the student demonstrated how to use File Explorer. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, really? Like, that was an actual unit I had to mark of, like, can use File Explorer. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this is what it's come to. But, I mean, considering the kind of people that wind up there, it's like, well, I mean, you kind of have to cater to someone that has never touched a computer. So it's like, all right, well, I can kind of see that. But then, like, the more, because it's very specific. So when you have, like, units like, use an animation timeline or whatever, and, like, some of that will kind of stick around, but a lot of it is, like, going to be irrelevant in, like, 5 years or something. Like, there was one, it's like some workflow thing, and it was like using a specific workflow that, what was it? I don't remember the exact one, but I do remember this other story that's a bit related, where we had this unit of, like, teaching UI, and the person teaching it who I had to work with. This was in Unity. Oh, by the way, before I get into this story, this is a short story, but before I get into it, what do we reckon of this? What do we think? What do we think of this? I think I'm not liking the torso personally. I think it maybe needs to be straightened. But I'm trying to see if there's anything else. And maybe the head angle. Maybe I'm not too thrilled actually about the head angle. So this is how it'll look in game. Something like that. What do we reckon? Further to the right? Oh, her right. Maybe. Oh yeah, when I look at it from here, yeah, she's... The upper body needs to come relax a little. Kyo Kurushi says, I had a programming class, senior level. Half the students couldn't figure out how to even start writing the code. Oh, I've actually had that too. It's... yeah. Shoulders too stiff, yeah. But this little story teaching UI, right? Because I was put on this class, but here's the thing too. One of the reasons I left that job is because the office politics was unbelievable. So we had, because it was all like casual basis, even though we were working full-time hours, but that's a whole other story. Because basically the other teachers and I had to fight for units of what subjects we got to teach. Now the lucky thing about me is that I knew how to do everything. So I would try really hard to get, I wasn't forceful. Everyone else had been there a bit longer and they were snatching up classes, and I got left with a few at the beginning. And then as I kept going, I picked up more. And then there was a point where I picked up UI units, but some other person was previously teaching it. And what happened was, when I was, because the thing is you have to prepare content in advance, which no one was doing except me. And I was, spending all my free time preparing this material to teach UI. And then this other teacher who had taught it previously, because their session was right before mine, and they just went and taught it, even though they were meant to teach level design. So that kind of stuff would happen all the time. But this specific person, when I asked the class about what did you guys learn in UI, they were teaching them void on GUI in Unity, which like no one uses. Like they didn't know canvas. They had never, like, I showed them the canvas and they're like, what is this? And I'm like, wouldn't you have learnt this an hour ago from this teacher that is supposed to know everything about UI? But no, they were going the void on GUI where the UI doesn't scale, like ancient stuff, like what I was doing when I was 12, that kind of stuff. Because back in the day, back in 09, we didn't have Canvas. We had just Void on GUI. You had to download this extension. But by this time, Canvas had been integrated into the engine first party. And they were using it for their game UIs. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, it's just over. It's done. You can't, like, it's just, you can't. Yeah. So yeah, that was frustrating. Yeah, they would. Yeah. So for those who don't know what OnGUI is, you actually physically program the UI, like draw a box with the screen coordinates hard coded in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So you can't have dynamically scaling UI. You can't have lists that scale, and when you change the resolution, the DPI doesn't change. So if you have a 480p game and you make it 1080p, the UI shrinks because it's the same DPI. That's because Void on GUI is meant for editor tools. It's not meant for game UI. But this person who kept telling me that, oh yeah, I'm a UI expert. I've done a bachelor degree. Bachelor degree, guys, okay? This is how I know university is like not, it's not the way. Because this person was more qualified than me and didn't know Canvas. And I literally just started teaching this class like that week, and they had been doing it for 2 years. Not joking. Not joking, guys. This is why I have like no hope for education. It's actually over. It's Jova, I dare say. Yeah, sorry. I'm just... Sorry if I sound angry. It's just... I haven't thought about this in a long time. And it was a tough period in my life. This was like a little bit before Project Feline, so it's been a long time. But it hurts. it physically hurts. Because it wasn't that I was upset with the teacher, it's just I was just upset for the students. Because they're literally getting the worst. They're not getting what they're paying for. And that really just upset me. But I couldn't do anything because I had no leverage. No one liked me. I had no political influence, because that's a lot of it is just politics, really. So I'm like, well, do I want to teach game dev, or do I want to play politician? And it's like, well, I don't really want to do either of those, really. So I left. But man, that was a saga. I have a lot of stories from that time, but I'm not allowed to talk about most of them, unfortunately, for legal reasons. So you know it must be. You can make your assumptions on how bad it must be if I legally can't talk about it. I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I can't talk about it. So you can make your own judgments on how jolly those stories are. Yeah, that torso does. We gotta move this a bit over. I don't know, should it twist more? That's the question. Should we have it go like that? Actually, yeah, this looks better. There we go. That's why the shoulders looked a bit strange. There we go. Yeah, sorry. I just have to like, I didn't mean to reopen that wound. So if I seem irritated, that's why. It's just, I'm having like flashbacks now. Sorry. Having a bit of a, I need to drink some sports juice. Oh, thanks, One Talking Flower, for sticking around. Appreciate you. Just say allegedly. Well, I'm not allowed to. I'm not even allowed to do that. I'm sorry. I really want to. Oh boy, do I want to, but I can't. But just trust me when I say don't enroll in a course. Just trust me. I can't tell you why, but just trust me. Don't do it. Just learn on YouTube. That's what I did. And you save so much money. On guard. For real, for real. No cap. YouTube is bussin'. Just use YouTube. Hypothetically. Yeah, that's one of my favorite words. Hypothetically. Something about the legs. I think it's the knee. The knee needs to... Excuse me. The knee needs to come down. Oh, excuse me. Had a bit too much sports juice. You too can make Project Feline if you watch YouTube all day. Well, hey, I'm not saying that's all I did, but YouTube helped. Okay, don't go tutorial hell. Okay, don't go full on. Because yeah, you can't learn everything from a tutorial. But you will learn even less from a course. Let's just put it at that. Slingshot Dev says, honestly, the only thing I'd recommend is a CS. Something like CS. Oh, like computer science? Yeah, don't like... I have heard good things about the more broad computer science stuff, but game dev stuff, I think the reason, if I had to guess, is because they don't treat it like a STEM field, they treat it like an arts field. And, well, yeah. Oh, thanks, Seems. How do I pronounce your name? Seam You Skulls. Thank you so much. Can't wait to development progresses further. Me too, man. One day at a time. Should have her arms flying behind her, or she wouldn't be able to balance if we did that. Maybe for the other slide where she's on her knees we could do, but yeah, I think if we tried to do that here, she would fall. Pixstatics says game dev is put in media where I've seen it. I think it's slightly different to making a film. Yeah. I think, I don't know. my main thing, the main observation that I've come to is just like the arts, at least in here, in this area. I don't know what it is, but it's like every arts degree is kind of mid. But then the computer science ones are like, there's like more effort put into them. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is, but it's just a weird coincidence that anything they put in the arts category is leaves a lot to be desired. And this is what I'm saying now. It's mostly just secondhand knowledge from people I've known who've done it. But yeah, it's like when they do a STEM thing, it's like fine, but if they have to do a bit of art stuff, anything, not literal arts, but anything labeled in the arts category, which I don't know if maybe it's called media in the States, I don't know, in Australia they call it the arts. But anything that's under that umbrella for whatever reason, it's just weird. Don't know why. Scholars don't know, well, scholars probably know why, but I don't know why. Well, yeah, game dev does involve quite a bit. That too. That's kind of why I love it. You kind of get to do a bit of everything. Okay, I'm liking this a lot better now. This is, yeah, I'm liking this. Although I think her foot needs to be pointed, because that would look graceful. Foot needs to be pointed, like a gymnast. All right, that's Pog. I'm gonna leave that pose alone. I got about 20 minutes left before where I've designated my stream time. So what could I quickly do in 20 minutes? Let me look at my list. I could go back and look at the first slide and touch that up a little bit. So I will do that. We'll go back to slide 1. So this is the other slide animation, which does need, we'll touch this up a little. This does need some work. Let's check something real quick. I'm trying to make sure I'm not excluding Twitch chat. So I'm just going to check if the stream's still running there. Okay, it is, cool. Wants asks, would you say mentorships are worth it for folks who want to go into environment art? I don't know what a mentorship is. Sounds cool, I have no idea. I don't know, I haven't never heard of that term. Yeah, I'm having a tough time figuring out what to do with the tail here, because I think the spine has to be at a different angle for this to work, because her spine is going to be like that, and the tail it has to like go forward, which is going to look kind of weird. Like we can't, yeah, that'll look kind of weird. So maybe if I like straighten her back a little and then take this and go like that'll go a little nicer. Mentorship is having an older bloke with lots of experience share knowledge. That sounds like a good idea. I haven't met one personally, but if I had that opportunity, I would have taken that. If it's like if it's a guy that's like actually knows what he's doing, yeah, I would. But I could not name a single person that. Yeah, because industry here is pretty dry, so I don't know who you'd really go to here. But I'm sure in the States you'd have heaps of those. You know, you guys actually have an industry over there, so you'd probably, yeah, that sounds better. If you had to ask me what I would do that. But that's just me. some people, you know, they need a lot of guidance, they need a degree or whatever, then I don't really care if they do uni, if that's what they want. But I don't, if you're like me and you just want to actually do stuff, I don't know. I would mentorship over uni sounds reasonable, if that's what your goals are, but not everyone has the same goals. Actually, one thing that's kind of scary I noticed is that a lot of the students I had didn't have goals. That was really terrifying, because it's kind of hard to... I find it's really hard to teach anyone anything if they don't actually have a reason to learn it, apart from welfare. Because that's why most of them are there, is because they get welfare by being, you know, having a student allowance, which is depressing, that's, you know... But that's how it is. So that's something that was a bit... That was a bit sad. That made me a bit upset. But yeah, having like a clear goal helps, and then a mentor would be even better. SMIT asks, says, I need to look into a music mentorship. Yeah, I'm sure they'd have heaps for music. I wonder how those work. Like, you'd pay them, wouldn't you? You'd have to. Charles says it's very true though. As a current student, I don't know, I feel scared about announcing my goals to people. I don't think that's actually so bad. If you know them deep in here, that's fine. It's actually probably better not to tell people. I don't really tell people my goals. I have them. I have very fixed, rigid, clear goals, but I don't talk about them because it doesn't matter to you. It matters to me, because there is a danger when you start talking about them. And that's that when you start talking about them, your brain doesn't know the difference between talking about them and doing them. So you'll feel this huge... Some of you might have done this, where you have like a friend and you're confiding in them and you're saying, I'm going to do all this stuff, and you feel really good about it. That's what I'm talking about. You feel great, but you haven't actually done anything. That's something I kind of fell for a few times. So I stopped doing that. And not talking about them is fine. It's just you have to be confident enough in them to act them out. Not to talk about them, but to act them out. I think that's what it is. So that's a different thing though. If you don't have the confidence to act them out, then that's a bit of a different thing. There's a lot of reasons for that too, which kind of depend on the individual. Sometimes it's good to it's good to have that and go, oh, maybe this is not a good goal. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's not. It really depends. Sozu says, one of my old classmates told us her goal. She wanted to create adult animations with her degree. Well, hey, if she's being real about it, hell yeah. Did she actually, like, do it, though? Did it actually happen? If so, awesome. She accomplished a goal. That's great. Mongo says everyone over 30 is out to get you. I mean, he might be speaking facts. It just so happens that everyone who I met that was like feeding me garbage was in the late 20s, early 30s as well. So interesting. It's an interesting pattern. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. What do you? I don't know. What do you guys reckon? What do you think of this pose? I've tried to spread the knees out a bit more and straighten the back, but I don't know. I'm not so sure. I don't know. What do you think? Oh, she's doing it? Hell yeah. I mean, I'm not a fan of that genre, but I have respect for anyone that, like, you know, can articulate and execute their goals. That's respectable. Elbows out a bit more. Let's do it. Like that. Now that I'm looking at it from this angle, the upper body, there's something there. There's something about the upper body. Yeah, yeah, it does look kind of jank. Don't apologize, Mongo. You're spitting straight facts. That's why I asked you. I don't ask you to tell me that it's amazing, unless it's true, which hopefully most of the time it is. But yeah, no, there's something not right. There's something that is not right. That bone ain't right, I tell you what. How about that? I've sort of, instead of having her lean back, she's kind of more leaning forward. Nah, from the back, this... Maybe this is a weird... Maybe this is not a great pose. Maybe. Oh, okay, I'm breaking the rules a little. I'm moving these bones instead of rotating them, just to see what happens. What do we think of this? This is a bit more aerodynamic. So like she's gonna fall backwards. Oh yeah, with that, actually with the head where it is. Yeah, I can kind of see that. What if we did? Because I think if I have the body too upright, it looks, I don't like it either. When the body's too upright. At the same time though, it's, because it's the head. I gotta remember the head is heavy. Center, it's like kind of the heaviest thing on the body, and if it's, maybe if I, you gotta remember this is she's gonna be in motion when this pose is going. Okay, maybe we do need. Okay, this looks actually painful now. Yeah, no. Let's go back. I think the foot and the head need to line up. That feels like what I should do. Nothing, yeah, so Koei says there's nothing to stop her from falling. I'm just, yeah, because I know that when you have inertia, when you're in motion, it's a little different because you have like your forward momentum to work with, but I think I kind of see what you mean though. I do think, yeah, it should come forward like this a bit more. But I remember this was sort of similar to how it was looking, and I remember the torso can't be like straight, because it does look a bit weird when the torso is too straight. But it can't be bent backwards too much, and if it's bent forward too much, it also might look... Actually, yeah, maybe... I haven't actually tried this extreme, bending it forward, so we'll try that. Choestis, thanks for the $2. Appreciate you. Says... Look at soccer ball sliding? Alright, I'll have a look. I don't watch soccer, so I didn't think of that. Is that how soccer players be sliding? Is that how they do it? They have a few different... hey. If I could just get that from the side. Well, actually, their head kind of does go behind their legs quite a bit. I like this. Okay, this is great. Actually, yeah, so the head actually does kind of sit a bit behind the feet. But the torso is... Interesting. I did not think I'd be looking at soccer players today. Yep, yeah, my Australian side is definitely showing now. Okay. See, the pretty good. Maybe this might not be the best pose. I really want to make it work there, but a lot of them, their butt sits a lot lower. And Gabi is going to have a hard time with that because she has a tail. But yeah, I'll let me move this to my other screen. Thanks for that reference. I did not think I would hear the word soccer out of a Aussie's mouth today. Well, I'm sorry. Nah, a real Australian... I don't know if do we call it soccer in Australia? I don't know. All I do know, the vocabulary I've picked up on in my time here is, they call it the footy. That's what I don't know if that's referring to the same sport or if that's a completely different sport. But I actually have not heard an Australian say the word soccer in quite some time myself. Or, you know, did you watch the AFL, mate, the other day? That's like maybe the only thing I would recognize hearing. But yeah, I haven't heard an Australian say the word soccer. We do call I should know this, but I don't. But we do call it that here, right? It's weird for me to ask. I should know it, but I don't. I'm sorry. Footy is not the same sport. Okay, well, yeah, it's over. I'm sorry. My career's over now. I didn't know the difference. Raymond about to be deported for crimes of referring to footy as soccer. Yeah, that would be a crime here. Australians do take their sport very seriously. Like very, very seriously. Maybe a little too seriously. No, I can't say that. That'd be a crime. The way the feet are rotated is interesting too on these. They're kind of always at an angle. And yeah, their torsos are pretty straight. So I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to make some little, sorry Gabi, I know this hurts. But we gotta get you a slide that looks cool, okay? You wanna look cool, don't you, Gabi? Don't tell me Gabi isn't hitting the what? The spec you like is soccer. What? Sorry, that's a little too obscure a reference for me. Sorry if this is a bit off topic. Do you have a playlist of songs you play in the background? Oh, I don't have a playlist, like I don't have a Spotify playlist or anything. It's just a bunch of licensed music. I'm playing them from my hard drive. But yeah, I don't actually have a physical list. But yeah, I'm glad you like it though. I like it myself. Gets me in the mood to work. There's literally no way this man lives in Australia. Well, shut up. Nah. Yeah, I started to question that myself. I do question that a lot. I literally, I don't know what it is, but maybe it's just most people, but certainly most Australians, I just don't get them. I just don't understand them. I've born and bred, raised here, but I hate the culture so much with a passion. So I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know. Man, one thing I do know. Man, I was gonna make a sports bet joke, but I don't think any. So this is proof that I am Australian because I see the sports bet ads everywhere. And for those who don't know, it's a gambling sports app, and that is constantly shoved in our faces all the time. I don't know if that's normal in America. I know I'm certainly over it, but that's like commonplace. Literally every other YouTube ad I get is sports bet, and it's some, I don't know. It's some tomfoolery, some stuff that Australians like to do, and I'm like, oh man, I don't get this. What's wrong? I don't understand. It's just the tail. Her tail is making this a hard pose. Her tail is making this hard. I'm sorry, Gabi. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult you like this, Gabi, but you're making this difficult for me with your tail. Okay, I'm sorry, but you really are. You're making this difficult, Gabi. Yeah, yeah, he knows. We have an Australian in chat here who can back me up. It's literally, it's everywhere, dude. On TV, on YouTube, everywhere. And the thing I hate the most is that they try and pitch it as this sort of social experience. Get ticketed with your mates and sports bet. That's like the vibe. And then it's directly followed by, you know, a big disclaimer. What are you really gambling with? And it's in some voice that I cannot take seriously at all. And it's just like, wow, man, this is really Australia. God damn. But, I mean, yeah. Pixiotic says, I hate Australian culture, but it's an informed hatred. Yeah. What is Australian culture like? Lots of sports. It's sports bet. That's the Australian culture. It's sports bet, copious social drinking, and crab bucket mentality. That's sort of the three prongs of Australian culture. And I don't like it, but that's what we got. And corruption, that as well. I don't know if you guys know like about the stuff that goes on in my state, but it's horrifying, some of it. But it's just average. Like, no one really is that surprised. I don't know, some of you might have known, there's this YouTuber that was doing a lot of covering on this stuff, and he's like kind of the only Australian YouTuber that anyone's really heard of, and he was like looking into a lot of this stuff, and then he got like, someone tried to kill him, and I think just recently someone made more death threats against him for exposing corruption in the construction industry. So that's Australian culture. There we go. Yeah, that's, yeah, him. I saw him live once. He is, wow, he is really something. He is a true Australian for sure, in the best way. Hey, you guys are funny. All right, what do we think of this now? What do we think of this? What do we reckon? I'm liking this a little more now that we're using the soccer references. Oh yeah, I do worry. I think he'll be okay though. I hope. I think he knows what he's doing. I think if he was really that terrified, he would have shut his mouth if he was really that worried. But I think he understands what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. But it is a shame that he has to, yeah, that's the situation. Gabi Soccer 64. Keo says, looks good. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It's a weird chat today. It's a bit of a variety. Got a bit of everything going on. We've got animation, Australian culture, and sports bets. But yeah, I reckon that's probably, yeah, past 5 o'clock now. I'm gonna head off. I reckon that'll do it for me today. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, same time, doing some more animation on this. I think, let me just check the list. How many more do I have to do? We should do I've got the idle kind of there, which I should probably work on a bit. Actually, let me just save all that. Let me just hit save. Oh wow, look at that difference. So I didn't realize I had an extra keyframe here, but that's the difference. Look at that. That was before. And then this is after. That's much better. Thanks for that reference. So yeah, I want to, tomorrow we'll work on the idle and maybe a slide jump, because I got to do the slide jump still. And then maybe a bit on the run as well. So let me just delete that. Make sure it's all saved, because you never know. Where did my bones go? There we go. And I'll save all. Okay, that is 100. That is saved. Awesome, fantastic. Well, yeah, thanks for stopping by, guys. Tune in tomorrow, more animation. I'm trying to think what time zone it'd be for everyone. For the Americans, for the West Coast guys, it'll be 6 p.m. Pacific time. I don't know what that is for you, so correlate your schedules and check. But until then, have a safe day. Don't sports bet. Don't do that. And watch Lazy Town and have a good one, guys. Thanks for stopping by.